In remote campsites across the wilderness, the human voice is rarely the loudest sound. Campers report unexplained footsteps, figures at the tree line, and the sense of being watched by something unseen. In this episode, we bring you true scary stories, desolate campsite encounters, first-hand accounts of deep woods terror, and presences no one could explain. My name is Samson Blake, and I was born and raised in the high country of western Montana, where the ridges roll like endless waves, and the tree line holds secrets older than the towns scattered in the valleys below. I am 32 years old, a hunting guide by trade, though more often than not I find myself less interested in trophies and more in showing outsiders what the wilderness really is. Vast, untamed, beautiful, and, when it chooses to be, unforgiving. For years I thought I knew the limits of those mountains. I had seen storms roll over the peaks like freight trains, watched grizzlies rise on their hind legs, felt the ground shudder from avalanches. I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. Then came the night when we saw the cougar in the trees, and I realized that what waits in the dark timber doesn't always play by the rules of nature as I understood them. That encounter carved itself into me so deep that even now, when I close my eyes, I can hear the sound that came from its throat. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a snarl. It was a whisper, fragile and wrong, like a child calling for help. That season had started quiet. Early autumn, when the elk rut brings hunters from all over the country. Usually means busy weeks guiding men and women with more money than skill. But this year, permits were down, and only a handful of clients came through the outfitter I worked for. One of them was a man named Daniel Rook, 45 years old, a dentist from Ohio with the stiff shoulders and quick, restless movements of someone used to being in control everywhere but the mountains. He had booked a 5-day trip, hoping to bring home a bull elk rack to mount above his fireplace. I was the guide assigned to him, and though I usually dreaded spending days with clients who had more ego than woodsmanship, Daniel surprised me. He was green in the wilderness, yes, but he listened, asked questions, and kept his complaints to himself. We camped high in the Swan Range, where the fur's close and tight and the wind smells like snow even when the skies are clear. On the third day of the hunt, as evening began to lean toward dusk, we followed a game trail that wove through the timberline. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and the silence that comes before nightfall set in. Birds bedding down, squirrels quiet, the forest holding its breath. We hadn't seen much all day, just sign here and there tracks pressed into soft soil, scat drying along the trail. I told Daniel to keep his rifle ready, but his steps careful. The air was cool enough that our breath showed in pale ghosts before our faces. We were walking single file, me in front, when I felt it first. The prickle at the base of my neck that every hunter knows. The sense of being watched. I raised a hand to halt him and scanned the trees. Nothing moved. Still, that feeling didn't fade. I told him quietly, "There's something here. Keep still." His eyes went wide and he clutched his rifle tight. Normally, when I catch that sense, it turns out to be elk in the brush or a black bear nosing through huckleberries. But this was different. My gut tightened. I tilted my head back, and that's when I saw it. Above us, 30 feet up in the thick branches of a ponderosa pine, crouched a mountain lion. Its body was pressed low against the limbs, tawny hide melting into the shadows. golden eyes fixed on us with a predatory patience. But it wasn't its stare that froze me. It was its mouth. The jaw hung open wider than I thought possible, unhinged as though its bones were made of something other than flesh and tendon. The tongue lolled dark inside, and from that cavern came a sound so soft I almost doubted I heard it. "Help me," it whispered, not a growl, not a hiss, words. Human words. Broken and fragile, like a child hiding under blankets and begging to be found. I felt the blood drain from my face. Daniel whispered, "Jesus Christ," but his voice cracked, and he nearly lost his grip on the rifle. The cougar didn't move. It just crouched there, mouth yawning wide, repeating in that faint, trembling tone, "Help me, help me." We should have run. That was my first thought. But years of guiding had taught me that turning your back on a predator can spark the chase. I forced my voice to stay steady and told Daniel, "Don't aim at it. Don't move quick. Just ease back." He nodded, but his hands shook so bad that the barrel of his rifle jittered against his shoulder. The cougar blinked once, slow, then tilted its head at an angle too sharp for its neck. I swear I heard the tendons pop, like wood splintering. Its jaw swung even wider, and the whisper came again. Clearer this time, higher pitched. "Please help me." That was when Daniel broke. He lifted his rifle and fired. The blast shattered the hush of the forest. The recoil knocked him back a step, and smoke stung the air. But the cougar didn't fall. It didn't even flinch. The bullet split bark from the branch near its shoulder, and the beast only crouched lower, mouth unhinged, voice spilling out in that childlike plea. I grabbed Daniel's arm before he fired again and yanked him backward. "We need to go," I said, louder than I meant to. The forest seemed to lean in close with every syllable. He didn't argue. We backed down the trail, keeping our eyes locked on that shape in the tree. The cougar shifted, muscles rippling, as if deciding whether to leap. But it didn't. It just kept watching, whispering, until we were far enough away that the sound thinned into silence. We didn't stop moving until we reached camp. Daniel was pale as ash, mumbling. It said something. "You heard it too. Tell me you heard it." I told him I heard it. Denying it would have been a lie too cruel, and besides, there was no denying the echo of that voice in my head. We stoked the fire higher than usual that night, sparks leaping into the dark like tiny flares. Daniel sat with his rifle across his knees, eyes darting toward the trees beyond the glow. I tried to steady my own nerves by making coffee, by reminding myself that exhaustion can play tricks, that fear can twist sound into words. But even as I told myself those things, I knew what I had heard was no trick. Sleep never came easy that night. Each snap of a twig in the woods made me stiffen. Around midnight, I thought I heard the voice again. Faint, distant, like it was carried on the wind. "Help me." But when I walked the edge of camp with my flashlight, nothing moved. Only the silence of the trees pressing close. At dawn, Daniel told me he wanted to cut the trip short. He didn't care about elk anymore. He just wanted out. I couldn't blame him. We packed camp, and by late morning, we were hiking down the trail toward the valley floor. But the mountains weren't done with us yet. About 2 miles from camp, where the trail curved along a ridge that overlooked a sweep of timber, I saw it again. Not the cougar itself, but the signs. Scratches scored deep into the bark of a pine, higher than I could reach, gouged fresh. The ground beneath was littered with scat, steaming in the cool air. Cougars don't mark territory this way. not like bears. But this looked like something staking a claim. I hurried Daniel past without comment, but he saw it too. His face tightened, and he didn't ask questions. We both knew. The forest seemed endless as we descended, the trees crowding thick, the trail narrowing. I kept glancing up at the branches, half expecting to see that tawny shape crouched above. And just as the afternoon shadows lengthened, I did. For a moment, I caught sight of movement in the canopy, a blur of gold and muscle. My heart hammered. But then it was gone, melting into the forest like mist. A second later, the whisper drifted down. Faint, fragile. Please. Daniel froze. His lips moved silently. Praying maybe, but I didn't let us stop. I pushed us forward until the trail widened near a stream bed. Only then did we breathe. We made it out by evening. Daniel swore he would never set foot in Montana again. He barely looked at me as he climbed into his truck and drove off, tires throwing gravel. I couldn't blame him for running. But me, I couldn't shake it. I still can't. Because when I returned to that ridge weeks later, alone, I found something carved into the bark of a tree, near where we first saw it. Letters. Crude and jagged, as if scratched with claws, H-E-L-P. And I swear, the wood itself seemed to whisper when the wind moved through it. I did not tell anyone about the letters scratched into that tree. Not Daniel, not the outfitter I worked for, not even my closest friends who knew the mountains as well as I did. How could I? Who would believe that a cougar had spelled words in the bark? Words that matched the whispers we had heard in the canopy. It would have sounded like a bad campfire story, something made up to scare greenhorns. And yet, I could not stay away. That is the curse of curiosity in the backcountry. It pulls you back to the places that almost broke you. In the days after Daniel left, I tried to busy myself with chores. I patched gear, split firewood, even volunteered to haul supplies down to a trailhead when I normally would have pawned. That grunt work off on the younger guides. Anything to keep my hands full. But every night, when I lay down, my mind replayed the sound of that voice. High, breathless, like a child asking for help in the dark. And then the sight of those letters clawed into living wood. The mountains had always spoken in signs. Tracks, scat, rubs, scatters of feathers. But this was something else. Something that belonged neither to man nor beast. 2 weeks later, unable to shake it, I hiked back. Alone this time. I told myself it was for closure, to prove I had just imagined what I thought I saw. That maybe Daniel's panic had bled into me, and we had spooked each other into believing the unbelievable. If I could walk that ridge, see the tree again, and find nothing, then maybe the weight in my chest would finally ease. The morning I set out, the weather was sharp and brittle. Frost rimmed the grass, and the sky was so blue it hurt the eyes. I packed light, a rifle slung over my shoulder, a bedroll in case I had to stay the night, and enough food to keep me fed for a couple days. The trail was quiet, almost too quiet. A strange hush had fallen over the woods. Birds still flitted here and there, but their songs were muted, tentative. Even the squirrels seemed reluctant to chatter. I told myself it was just the shift of seasons. By afternoon I reached the ridge. My boots crunched over pine needles as I approached the tree where I had seen the marks. My heart climbed into my throat. The gouges were still there. The word help, crude and raw, as though written in desperation. But what made my blood run cold was that now there were more letters, etched in a crooked second line beneath the first. I, NDME. I stood there a long time, staring until my breath began to shake. The cuts were fresh, sap still weeping from the bark. Something had been here recently. And if it was the cougar, then it had come back to finish what it had started. I turned, scanning the treetops. Nothing stirred. Yet the silence pressed close, thick as fog. I could feel eyes on me. "Where are you?" I whispered before I could stop myself. Branches creaked. High above, maybe 40 feet up in a cluster of firs, I caught a flicker of tawny hide moving between limbs. Then those golden eyes caught the light. The cougar crouched again, watching me with an intensity that pinned me in place. Its jaw sagged open in that grotesque stretch, and out came the voice. "Find me." This time the words were stronger, clearer, though still touched with that trembling childlike tone. I gripped the rifle, but I didn't raise it. A bullet wouldn't fix whatever this was. My stomach knotted as the cougar shifted on the branch, muscles bunching like it might leap. But instead, it only stared, unblinking. I backed away, step by careful step, until distance broke my line of sight. Even then, the echo of that voice clung to me like frost. That night I camped at the base of the ridge, unwilling to push farther in the dark. I built a fire high and wide, the flames roaring bright. But warmth brought no comfort. Every pop of sap in the wood sounded like whispers. At one point when the wind dropped, I swore I heard faint crying in the trees above. Thin, childlike sobs. I stayed awake until dawn, rifle across my lap, eyes raw from staring into the shadows. The next day I pushed deeper into the timber, following the ridgeline. My legs moved on instinct, but my mind warred with itself. Some primal part of me screamed to turn back, to leave whatever haunted this place alone. But curiosity, stubborn, reckless curiosity, kept me walking. Around midday, I found another tree, scarred the same way. This time the message read D-O-D-U-N. The letters jagged as though torn into the trunk with fury. Down where? I studied the ground, and that's when I noticed the old game trail cutting off the ridge, angling steep into a dark crease of valley. The soil there was disturbed, as if something heavy had passed through not long ago. Against all reason, I followed. The descent was rough, loose scree sliding under my boots, branches clawing my arms. The deeper I went, the darker it grew. Sunlight barely reached the valley floor. Pines leaned together overhead, blotting out the sky. The air turned damp, heavy with moss and rot, and then I smelled it, coppery, sharp, unmistakable. Blood. I slowed, every nerve on edge. Ahead, in a small clearing, lay bones. Elk, by the size of them, scattered and cracked open as though for marrow. But what froze me wasn't the kill itself. It was the way the bones had been arranged. Not scattered by scavengers, not left by wolves. They formed a shape, deliberate. Letters again, spelled out in pale ivory. H-E-L-P. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. A twig snapped behind me. I spun, rifle leveled, but nothing stood there. Only the hush of trees and the weight of unseen eyes. And then, high above, the whisper came again. Louder this time, echoing strangely, as if from several throats at once. Down here, find me. The cougar's silhouette shifted in the canopy, almost blending with the needles. Its jaw hung wide. Black pit of a mouth, voice spilling down like mist. My knees wanted to buckle, but I forced myself steady. "What are you?" I called out, though my voice cracked. The creature tilted its head impossibly far. Then, in a whisper thick with urgency, "Please." The word pulled at me, rooted deep in something instinctual. Against every ounce of reason, I felt compelled to step closer to the clearing, to the bones, to the shadows beyond. It was like being caught in a current. You know you should swim for shore, but the undertow drags you deeper. I took one step, then another. Branches rustled overhead. The cougar slithered along them with a grace that should have been impossible for something its size. It moved above me, shadowing my steps, and all the while it whispered, not just, "Help me," but fragments now, half-formed phrases. "I'm lost. Cold. Please." The words sounded human, but wrong, stretched through a throat that wasn't built for speech. I stopped when I reached the far edge of the clearing. There, half hidden under a fallen log, I saw something that made my breath catch. A child's shoe. Small, mud-caked, the laces frayed. It could have been there for weeks, maybe months. But it was real. I picked it up, turned it over in my hand, and felt a chill run all the way through me. Above me, the cougar gave a shuddering hiss, then whispered, "Find me?" Again, sharper, more insistent. I stuffed the shoe into my pack, heart hammering. Whoever had lost it might have been gone a long time. Or maybe, God help me, they weren't gone at all. I left the valley before nightfall, half running up the ridge, not daring to look back. The whispers followed me, threading through the branches, never quite fading. When I finally stumbled back to my truck at the trailhead, the sun was bleeding out behind the mountains. I drove all the way into town without stopping, shaking so hard I nearly lost the road. That night, lying awake in my cabin, I turned the shoe over and over in my hands. Mud crumbled onto the floorboards. I wanted to take it to the sheriff, but what would I say? That a cougar had whispered at me to find a lost child? They'd think I had gone crazy. Maybe I had. But even now, even as I try to reason my way out of it, I know one thing for certain. Whatever lives in those trees wants me to go back. And some part of me fears that sooner or later, I will. I tried to ignore the pull. For days after I brought the shoe home, I told myself I would not go back to that valley. I kept it tucked in the corner of my cabin, half buried beneath a stack of gear, though its presence seemed to poison the air. Each time I walked past, I swore I could smell that faint copper tang of blood again. At night, lying in bed, I heard the whisper, sometimes sharp as a cry, "Find me." It did not matter if the windows were shut tight, or if I stuffed my ears with cotton. The voice seeped through anyway, threading into my dreams until I woke soaked in sweat. On the fourth night, I dreamed of a child standing at the foot of my bed. Their face was shadowed, their hair clumped wet against their forehead. They raised a small hand, and in a voice not their own, they whispered, "Help me." When I lurched awake, my cabin was dark and silent. But the shoe had moved. It lay in the center of the floorboards, far from where I had left it. That was when I stopped fighting the pull. Maybe it was madness, maybe something worse, but either way, I knew I would not find peace unless I went back. Not just to the ridge, to the valley, to whatever waited there. I left at dawn, rifle slung across my back, pack loaded with little more than water, rope, and the shoe. The morning air was sharp, brittle, promising early snow. Clouds massed low over the peaks, their bellies heavy and gray. As I drove the rutted road toward the trailhead, I realized my hands were steady for the first time in days. Fear had not left me, but it had changed. It was no longer a wild panic. It had hardened into a grim resolve. The hike up the ridge was quicker than before. My legs moved with a kind of mechanical precision. Each step measured, as though I was being guided by something outside myself. The woods seemed even quieter than last time. No bird call, no chatter of squirrels, not even the drone of flies. Only the hush of trees pressing close. By the time I reached the clearing of bones in the valley, the sky above had gone leaden. The bones were still there, pale against the dark ground, but the letters they formed had changed. Not HELP this time. Not DOWN. Now the pieces had been rearranged into a crude command, BELOW. My chest tightened. I scanned the ground, looking for sign. That was when I noticed the dark slit in the earth, half hidden under roots at the far edge of the clearing. A cave, narrow and low, as though the earth itself had been pried open. Cold air seeped from it, carrying that same coppery tang I had smelled before. Above me, branches creaked. I looked up and saw the cougar crouched in the canopy, golden eyes burning. Its jaw sagged open, wider than ever, the flesh stretching as though it might split apart. The voice that spilled from it was no longer fragile. It was commanding. Below. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed it. But I stepped forward anyway, toward the dark slit of earth. The air grew colder with each pace, and the silence pressed so heavy I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I crouched at the mouth of the cave and raised my flashlight. The beam cut into the dark, catching rough stone walls slick with moisture. And then it caught something else. A smear of red across the rock, leading downward. The cougar hissed above me, then whispered again, softer now. Please. I swallowed hard, then ducked inside. The tunnel sloped steep, forcing me onto hands and knees. My rifle clattered against the stone. Useless in the cramped space. I crawled deeper, the beam of my light trembling across the rock. The air reeked of damp and rust. After 50 feet or so, the tunnel opened into a chamber. I rose to my feet, the ceiling just high enough to stand. That was when I saw them. Scratches lined the walls, thousands of them. Claw marks overlapping, gouging deep into the stone. Some were old, smoothed by time. Others were fresh, raw and jagged. And interlaced among them were words. Help, please. Find me. Over and over, scrawled in desperate repetition. My light quivered across the walls, and for a moment it felt like the scratches moved, twitching as though still being carved. In the center of the chamber lay a pile of bones. Not elk this time. Smaller. Human. The shoe in my pack suddenly felt like a weight of lead. My knees weakened, but I forced myself closer. Among the bones, I saw shreds of fabric, torn and rotting. A faded sleeve of what might have been a child's jacket. My stomach turned. I wanted to run. But before I could move, the air shifted. Cold swept through the chamber, carrying that whisper again. Not from above this time. From all around. From the very stone itself. Help me. The words threaded through the dark, overlapping, voices upon voices. Some high and childlike, some rough and ragged. All pleading. All wrong. I spun, light trembling across the walls, and that was when I saw the shape in the far corner. A shadow crouched low, limbs bent wrong, jaw hanging wide. The cougar, but no, it wasn't. Not anymore. The body rippled, shifting as though skin and muscle were only a mask. Its face flickered between feline and human, mouth stretching, eyes hollow. It stepped forward, and the whispers rose in a chorus. Find me. Help me. Below. Please. I backed away, my heel striking bone. The pile rattled and shifted as though stirred by breath. My flashlight beam caught movement inside the heap, something squirming, pale fingers reaching through the gaps. Small. Human. I dropped the light. the chamber plunged into darkness. The whispers swelled, rising into a shriek that split my skull. I scrambled backward, hands clawing at stone, until I found the tunnel again. I crawled, half blind, dragging myself upward. Behind me, the voices followed, echoing closer, closer, as though the stone itself carried them forward. I burst out of the cave into the gray light of evening, gasping like I'd been underwater. Above, the cougar crouched in the branches still, but its body seemed thinner now, stretched taut over bone. Its jaw worked open, whispering again, though weaker. Below, I stumbled backward, rifle swinging into my hands. For a heartbeat I considered firing, but I knew it would do nothing. No bullet could kill what I had seen. So I turned and ran. I did not stop until I reached the truck. By the time I drove out of those mountains, night had fallen. The whispers still clung to me, threading through the hum of the engine, the rush of the tires. Even now, sitting safe in my cabin, I hear them. I see the shoe on the shelf where I placed it, mud flaking away like ash. I have not told the sheriff. I have not told anyone. What would I say? That a cougar led me into the earth, where voices whispered from the dark. That I saw bones shift and small fingers reach through them. They would think me mad. Maybe I am, but madness does not explain the dreams. Every night since, I dream of the cave. I dream of the whispers rising until they become screams. And I dream of the child at the foot of my bed, hand raised, voice trembling. Help me. Sometimes I wake to find the shoe moved again. Sometimes I wake to find dirt on the floorboards, damp and cold, as though tracked in from the tunnel. I do not know how much longer I can resist. The pull grows stronger every day, dragging me toward that valley, toward what waits below. I fear the next time I go, I will not come back. And maybe that is the point. Maybe whatever whispers in those trees does not want to be found. Maybe it wants me to join it. If you are reading this, if by some chance you ever find yourself in the Swan Range, and you feel eyes watching from the canopy, and you hear a voice that sounds like a child pleading for help, do not follow it. Do not listen. Turn back, no matter how strong the pull. Because once you hear the whisper, it never lets you go. My name is Adrian Cross, and I have always believed in approaching the truth of who I am with a degree of honesty. I am 34 years old, a field surveyor by profession, and I have spent most of my adult life in wilderness, regions few people care to tread. My work requires long days with maps, instruments, and silence, following ridges, measuring elevation changes, noting the shapes of rivers and valleys. I travel most often with a partner or two, men who share the same tolerance for isolation and discomfort. I am not married. I have no children, and while some people consider that sad, I have always thought it suited me well enough. But the story I am about to tell changed the way I think about solitude. And it has followed me from one contract to the next like a shadow cast longer than the mountains themselves. It began in the high country of western Montana, a stretch of land where the ridges roll against one another like the backs of sleeping animals. In autumn, the wind sharpens, and the sky takes on that peculiar clarity where clouds look near enough to touch. My partner for this assignment was Daniel Weller, a quiet man in his 40s who rarely wasted words. He had dark eyes, a slow way of speaking, and a patience that often steadied me when the weather turned or the maps did not line up with the ground. We had been hired to chart a series of logging access roads that had fallen into disuse. But our work took us beyond those roads, up into country where only elk, bear, and birds moved freely. The ravens came almost immediately, on the second morning. When we climbed a shale slope to reach the first ridge, they appeared overhead. 5 of them, circling with heavy wings. At first I thought nothing of it. Ravens are common enough in the mountains, intelligent birds that scavenge what they can find. Daniel squinted up at them and remarked only, "Big ones." We kept walking. The sound of their wings followed us over the rise. I did not notice the first gift until that night. We had made camp in a notch between 2 ridges, sheltered from the wind by spruce trees. I woke in the dark with the sense that something pressed lightly against my chest. The fire had gone to embers, and Daniel's sleeping form was outlined faintly in the glow. When I sat up, something slid down my shirt. I reached inside and pulled out a slender bone, white and delicate, no longer than my finger. Another clattered from the blanket when I moved. In the half light I could see 3 of them, pale against the fabric, each shaped like a rib. The unease that washed over me was not the kind that comes from simple fright. It was the recognition of intention. Bones do not fall by accident into a man's shirt. Someone, or something, had placed them there. I scanned the trees, and that was when I saw them, 2 ravens perched low watching. Their eyes reflected the faint glow of the fire. I did not wake Daniel. I told myself it would sound foolish in the morning, that perhaps I had rolled onto some remains left from an animal killed nearby. Still, I kept the bones. I slipped them into my pack, meaning to discard them later, though I never quite found the courage. Sleep came only in fragments after that, broken by the echo of wings beating overhead. The next day we climbed higher. The air thinned, and the valleys fell away behind us. The ravens followed. Sometimes 2, sometimes a dozen. They shifted from ridge to ridge, always keeping us within sight. When we stopped to eat, they landed nearby, heads cocked as if listening. Daniel muttered once that it felt like traveling with an audience. I laughed, though it was not a real laugh. More the sound a man makes when he wants to prove he is not uneasy. By the 3rd night, the gifts became unmistakable. I woke to feel a faint pressure again on my chest, and when I opened my eyes, 5 bones lay across me in a careful arrangement, parallel lines imitating ribs. They were different from the first set, larger, but polished smooth as though cleaned by water or beak. I sat up slowly, heart pounding, and saw black shapes in the branches above. The ravens shifted, wings rustling. One gave a low croak, not a call of alarm, but something deeper, like a word formed without language. I woke Daniel then. He blinked at the sight of the bones, rubbed his face, and said only, "Where did those come from?" I pointed upward. The birds remained, silent now. He frowned, collected the bones, and tossed them into the trees. They vanished into the dark. "Don't think about it," he said, and lay back down. But I did think about it. I could not stop. There is a peculiar effect that isolation in the wilderness has on the mind. You begin to assign meaning to patterns, to believe the land itself is shaping symbols for you. I tried to tell myself the ravens were scavengers, that they had pulled bones from a carcass and dropped them by chance. But chance does not arrange objects in order. Chance does not choose the chest of a sleeping man as its altar. The days stretched on, and the trail grew steeper. Daniel remained pragmatic, concerned with maps and bearings, while I became consumed with the rhythm of wings overhead. I began to count them without realizing it. tallying how many followed at each ridge. 7, 9, 11. Numbers that felt weighted, though I could not say why. And each night, more bones. Sometimes 3, sometimes 6, always laid with a precision that mocked the idea of coincidence. On the 5th night, I made the mistake of discarding them myself. I rose before dawn, walked away from camp, and scattered the bones down a rocky chute. When I returned, the birds were waiting. Not perched, not silent, but gathered in a ring around our fire pit, hopping and croaking, wings lifting and settling. Daniel cursed and waved them off, but they did not scatter far. They lingered just beyond the circle of light, eyes gleaming. I could not shake the feeling they were measuring me, not merely watching, but weighing something invisible. Each bone seemed to draw a little more of myself away, as though the ravens were building an image of me from fragments. The fear was not of being attacked. It was of being understood too well, by creatures that should not hold such knowledge. By then, sleep had become impossible. I lay awake listening to their wings, and when I drifted into dreams, I saw only black feathers falling across endless ridges. In those dreams, the bones formed cages, ribs closing around me until I could no longer move. I woke sweating, pulse hammering. Daniel tried to steady me. "You're letting them get to you," he said on the 7th morning. "They're birds, Adrian. That's all. Intelligent, sure. But they're scavengers. They follow because moving through their territory." His words were calm, but his eyes betrayed unease. He had seen the bones as clearly as I had, and he had no explanation either. The weather turned colder. Snow dusted the high peaks. Each step of the survey took us deeper into country, where maps showed only blank spaces. The sense of being pursued grew sharper. I began to speak aloud sometimes, muttering to the ravens as if they could understand. "What do you want from me?" I asked once, standing on a ridge with the wind tearing at my clothes. The birds tilted their heads. One dropped something from its beak, a fragment of jawbone, landing near my boot. I picked it up, unable to resist. The bone was small, from no animal I recognized, smooth as ivory. I kept it in my pocket, though it burned cold against my leg. That night, when I emptied my pocket by the fire, Daniel stared at it too long. "That isn't deer," he said. His voice carried a quiet dread. "That isn't elk either." We did not speak of it again, but we both felt the weight of the silence. The ravens had crossed a threshold from unsettling into impossible. I should have turned back then. Any reasonable man would have. But our contract pulled us forward, and pride is a dangerous leash. I told myself the birds were testing me, and that if I endured, they would lose interest. Instead, their attention sharpened. The final night before everything broke open, I woke to find not just bones, but a complete arrangement across my chest and abdomen. Small ribs curved delicately, laid from collarbone to hip, a parody of a skeleton crafted in silence while I slept. When I sat up, they fell into my lap, clicking like teeth, and in the branches above, every raven was watching. The bones clattered into my lap, hollow music in the cold night. My hands trembled as I pushed them away, but they seemed to cling, catching on the fabric of my clothes, clicking together as if reluctant to be separated. Above me, the ravens stirred. Wings shuffled, claws scraped bark, and their low croaks rolled through the branches like voices rehearsing a forgotten tongue. I could not move. My body was rigid with a terror that went deeper than fear of attack. I felt as if the birds had already claimed something of me, that I was no longer entirely my own. Daniel sat up when he heard the sound. His eyes widened when he saw the array across my lap. For a long moment he said nothing. The silence was so complete I could hear the crackle of the last ember dying in the fire. Then, in a voice I hardly recognized, he said, "They've built you." I wanted to deny it, to tell him it was just bones, but he was right. Each piece had been chosen, sized, fitted together into a shape that mirrored my own. A ribcage of gifts, a cage of intent. The ravens shifted as though waiting for me to acknowledge it. I could not bring myself to speak. Daniel rose abruptly, gathered the bones in both hands, and hurled them into the darkness. They rattled against stone, scattering out of sight. The ravens erupted into flight, a chaos of wings that whipped air against our faces. For a moment, the night was nothing but feathers and noise. Then they were gone, swallowed by the black ridges. Neither of us slept again. We sat in silence until dawn, each man locked in his own thoughts. When the light finally came, I saw exhaustion etched into Daniel's face. The kind of weariness that does not come from a sleepless night, but from carrying a burden too heavy to name. He packed quickly, his movements sharp, and said only, "We're finishing this and getting out." I followed, though every step felt weighted. The ravens did not appear immediately that day. We hiked miles through rough country, the kind that leaves your legs trembling, but I kept glancing upward, expecting the black shapes to wheel into view. Daniel tried to focus on the survey, marking trees, noting distances, forcing normalcy into work. I could see the strain in the tightness of his jaw. By midday, the silence became uncanny. No birdsong, no wind in the trees, no insect hum. Just the crunch of our boots and our ragged breathing. It was Daniel who noticed first. He stopped, raised a hand and whispered, "Listen." The absence of sound pressed against us like a weight. My ears rang with it. That was when the first feather fell. It drifted down from an empty sky, black as oil, landing on Daniel's shoulder. He brushed it away, eyes narrowing. Another fell, then another, until the air was full of them, tumbling slowly, soundlessly. I craned my neck and saw the ravens overhead at last. Not 5 or 10, but dozens spiraling down from impossible height, wings barely moving. Their formation was deliberate, a great circle closing over us like the mouth of a well. Daniel swore under his breath. "What, keep moving?" His voice was steady, but I could see his hand shaking where it gripped his pack's strap. We forced ourselves forward, feathers catching in our hair and clothing, settling into the snow patches at our feet. The birds never descended fully, but they never broke the circle either. By late afternoon, we reached a plateau where the land opened into a vast sweep of ridges. The horizon was jagged with peaks, and the wind carried the sting of snow. Daniel halted there, breathing hard. He turned to me with a grim set to his mouth. "What cut the survey short? We go down tomorrow. Whatever they are, whatever they want. We're not staying another night up here." Relief washed through me, though it was tangled with dread. I had the sense that leaving would not be so simple, that the ravens had already chosen the ending. Still, I nodded. We set camp early, hoping for rest before the descent. But rest never came. The ravens gathered as the sun sank. They filled the trees around us, hundreds of black bodies, crowding the branches until the boughs sagged. Their eyes caught the last light, turning the forest into a gallery of tiny, burning mirrors. They did not croak or caw, they simply watched. I tried to eat but could not swallow. My throat was too tight. Daniel forced down a few bites, movements mechanical, then tossed the rest into the fire. "They won't drive me mad," he muttered, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. We lay in our blankets, each pretending to rest, but the weight of those eyes made sleep impossible. At some point deep in the night, I drifted into half-consciousness. That was when I felt the pressure again, the careful arrangement across my chest. My eyes snapped open. The fire was low and Daniel was still, but on me lay another skeleton of bones, this one more complete. Not only ribs now, but a breastbone, fragments of spine, even tiny phalanges like fingers resting against my stomach. My breath seized in my throat. Before I could brush them away, I heard it. A sound I will never forget. It was not the croak of a raven, not the mimicry they sometimes use. It was speech low and rasping, formed from many throats at once. The words were not clear, but the rhythm was unmistakable, a cadence like language, syllables breaking against one another. The ravens were speaking. I sat rigid, every nerve screaming. Daniel stirred beside me, sat up, and froze when he saw. His mouth opened, but no sound came. We both listened as the murmuring deepened, layered voices building into something almost human. I thought I caught fragments. Yours, made, turn, but they slipped through my mind like water. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sound ceased. The ravens lifted as one, a thunder of wings that blotted out the stars. The bones on my chest shivered, then stilled. Daniel grabbed my arm. His grip was iron. "We're leaving. Now. I don't care if it's dark." His voice was raw with panic, stripped of all pretense. I wanted to argue, to point out the danger of stumbling down ridges at night, but the terror in his face silenced me. We packed in minutes, throwing gear together without care. The fire we left smoldering. We descended by moonlight, the ridges pale and ghostly. The ravens did not follow at first. The silence returned, thick and oppressive. I dared to hope we had shaken them. But hope is a cruel thing. An hour into the descent, the wings came again, rushing down from above. They did not circle now. They dove. Shadows swept over us, claws grazing our packs, feathers striking our faces. We staggered forward, shielding our heads, stumbling on rocks. Daniel shouted, swinging his walking stick, striking one bird from the air. It fell shrieking, but the rest surged closer, relentless. In the chaos, I lost the trail. We tumbled into a ravine, sliding down shale that tore at our hands. I landed hard, breath knocked from me. Daniel scrambled beside me, blood on his cheek. The ravens wheeled overhead, but they did not descend into the ravine. They perched on the rim instead, black silhouettes against the stars, heads bent down as if peering into a pit. We lay there until dawn, too afraid to climb out. When light finally touched the rim, the birds were gone. Only scattered feathers remained. Daniel and I clawed our way back to the trail and stumbled down the mountain, half mad with exhaustion. By the time we reached the old logging road, our packs were nearly shredded, clothes torn, faces pale with lack of sleep. We did not speak of what had happened. We could not. Words felt too fragile to contain it. We parted ways at the trailhead, Daniel muttering something about quitting the survey. I never saw him again. But the story did not end there. Because when I returned home, when I finally dropped my gear and tried to sleep in the safety of walls and roof, I woke in the middle of the night with the familiar weight pressing against my chest. My heart stopped. Slowly, I reached down and touched the shape. Bones. smooth, delicate, arranged with perfect care. And from the darkness outside my window came the rustle of wings. The first time it happened in my own home, I nearly convinced myself it was a dream. The bones laid across me were lighter than breath, and when I switched on the lamp, they were gone. Only my imagination, I thought. Only exhaustion shaping memory into nightmare. But when I pulled back the covers later that morning, I found one lodged between the sheets, a rib, no longer than my hand, smooth and white as glass. That was when I knew the ravens had followed me. For weeks after, I lived in a state of waking dread. Every creak of the house became wings, every shadow against the window a black shape. I took to keeping the blinds closed, though sometimes when I checked, I saw them perched on the telephone wires outside. One or two, sometimes half a dozen, motionless, their heads cocked as if waiting. They did not call. Their silence was worse than any noise. I told no one. How could I? Friends would laugh, a doctor would prescribe sleep aids. And Daniel, if I had dared to reach out, would have reminded me of the night we crouched in that ravine, the sky filled with wings. But Daniel had vanished from my life completely. Calls went unanswered, letters returned unopened. It was as if he had erased himself from the world to escape them. I began to envy him. The bones never stopped. Some mornings I woke with one on my pillow. Other nights with an arrangement across my chest again. Ribs or finger bones, forming patterns I could not decipher. Once they spelled a line along my arm, curving like a spiral. Another time they circled my throat, always silent, always precise. I burned them at first, feeding them to the fireplace until the air reeked of scorched marrow. But for every one I destroyed, more returned. Sleep dwindled to fragments. I walked through days in a haze, coworkers asking if I was ill, neighbors giving me sidelong glances. I avoided conversation, avoided touch. It felt as if I was being hollowed out, my outline redrawn with every gift. And worse, I began to hear it again. The low murmuring, not with my ears but inside my skull. The sound of many throats speaking in unison, syllables sliding like oil. At first faint, a whisper on the edge of sleep. Then louder, until I could not tell if I was dreaming or awake. Yours, maid, return. The words pressed into me like stones against flesh. I tried to fight back. I sealed my windows, boarded them with plywood, set traps in the yard. I slept with earplugs, with lights blazing, with music thundering through the night. Nothing helped. When morning came, the bones were always there. The breaking point came in early winter. Snow lined the streets, and the world seemed muffled. But inside my house the sound never stopped. The murmuring grew until I could hear it even over the television, even over my own desperate shouting. That night I woke with not bones on my chest, but an entire skeleton laid carefully beside me. Small, incomplete, but unmistakably human. The size of a child. I bolted from the bed, heart clawing at my ribs. The skeleton collapsed into pieces, scattering across the floor. From outside the house came a single raven's croak, loud enough to rattle the windows. I fell to my knees and wept. That was the night I decided to leave. I packed nothing but clothes and my truck keys. The survey maps, the instruments, the books, all of it I abandoned. I drove east through states I hardly remember, chasing distance like a drowning man chases air. But no matter how far I went, they followed. The ravens on the wires, the bones in the sheets, the whispering in the skull. In Tennessee, I tried to stay in motels, never more than a night in one place. At first the bones were absent, and I thought I had shaken them. Then one morning I opened the motel room door and found them waiting in a neat pile on the threshold, curved into a shape like wings. I screamed at them until my throat tore. People stared, but no one approached. I was already marked. In Alabama, I sought out a church, though I had not set foot in one since childhood. I told the pastor some of my story. Not the bones, not the ravens, only that I felt pursued by something unclean. He laid hands on me and prayed. His voice was steady, his eyes kind, and for a moment the pressure in my head lifted. That night I slept deeply for the first time in months. I dreamed of open skies without wings. But in the morning, he was dead. They said it was his heart, collapsed in his study, hands still on his Bible. Yet I knew. I found a single raven feather on the church steps, black as oil. I stopped seeking help after that. The years blurred. I wandered from state to state, contract to contract, never remaining long. My body thinned, my eyes hollowed. People avoided me, sensing the ruin clinging to my shoulders, and always the gifts came. Bones in my pockets, bones in my boots, bones waiting when I woke. I carried them sometimes, unable to discard them all. They became heavier than lead. The whispering has changed now. Clearer, less a murmur, more a chorus. When I close my eyes, I see them. Endless ridges, black birds on every branch, eyes glinting with hunger and purpose. They are building me still, piece by piece. With every bone they place, I feel less tethered to flesh, more drawn toward something vast and cold. Daniel understood before I did. He did not run from them. He ran from me. Perhaps he saw the outline they were crafting and wanted no part of it. Perhaps he knew I was already theirs. I tell myself I can resist, that if I keep moving, keep speaking, keep writing these words, I might remain whole. But last night I woke to find bones not only on my chest, but embedded in the mattress around me, stitched with sinew into the shape of a cage. My hands shook as I tore them free, but they left marks on the fabric, impressions like fingers pressing up from beneath. I hear them now, outside this very room. The rasp of claws on the sill, the soft weight of feathers brushing glass. They do not hurry. They never have. Their patience is endless. They know what I try not to admit, that every man is just a collection of bones waiting to be arranged. If you are reading this, perhaps you will understand why I cannot stop them. Perhaps you will believe me where others cannot. The ravens are not simply birds. They are keepers. They are sculptors. And I am their unfinished work. I have tried to count the bones they have given me. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Enough for a rib cage, enough for a spine, enough now even for a skull. They are completing something. When I touch the pile I keep hidden in the closet, the bones hum faintly, as though alive with breath that is not mine. Tonight I feel the weight heavier than ever. My chest aches, my arms numb. I know what waits outside, wings folded, eyes gleaming. I think they will not wait any longer. They have given me the gift again and again, and now it is time to return what was made. If I do not wake tomorrow, if the house is silent when you come, do not step inside. The bones will be waiting, arranged with perfect care. And the ravens will be near, perched on every wire, every tree, whispering in their many throats. They will not stop with me. My name is Luke Chandler, and I was born and raised in the Ozark foothills of Arkansas. I am 37 years old, a lifelong hunter, and the son of a man who taught me the land is more alive than we often recognize. Hunting, for me, has never been only about taking meat for the freezer. It has been about observation, tracking signs, studying the language of broken twigs, disturbed soil, the sudden hush of birds, when something heavy moves through the brush. I learned early on to respect what lives in the woods and swamps, to treat every sound and shadow as though it means something. That lesson saved me more times than I can count, but it did not prepare me for what I encountered during a late season hog hunt one October night. That memory remains with me even now, more than a year later, and it still wakes me from sleep with the image of the earth itself breathing beneath my boots. I had gone out with two companions that evening, my cousin Daniel, who was younger than me by about 8 years, and a friend named Mason, who I had known since high school. The three of us had hunted deer together often, but this particular trip was aimed at feral hogs. Arkansas has long been plagued with them, rooting up farmland, tearing through creek beds, and destroying habitat for other wildlife. Most landowners welcome hunters willing to thin the numbers. So when Daniel told us he had permission to hunt on a stretch of bottomland near White River, we agreed without hesitation. The land was thick with sycamores and swamp oak, the soil soft from recent rains, perfect ground for hog sign. We parked Daniel's truck along the tree line. As dusk fell, the sky a pale orange fading into bruised purple, the air carried the smell of wet leaves and mud. Heavy, but clean, and mosquitoes buzzed in the stillness before night fully claimed the woods. We each carried rifles, 308 for me, 270 for Mason, and Daniel had brought along a lever-action 30-30, heavy firepower for hogs. But we had learned never to underestimate their size or temper. A charging boar could tear a man apart quicker than most folks realize. For the first hour, everything seemed ordinary. We followed faint trails where hog hooves had churned the mud, leading us deeper into the timber. Daniel walked ahead, scanning with a red-lensed flashlight, whispering now and then when he spotted fresh rooting. We found places where the ground looked plowed up, wet soil tossed in clumps, and acorns chewed to shells. The tracks were large, prints wider than my hand, and my pulse quickened at the thought of a massive boar not far ahead. Around that time, the woods grew unusually quiet. The insect hum tapered off, and even the tree frogs silenced themselves. I felt it first as a weight in my chest, the way you feel a storm approaching before it breaks. Mason noticed it too. He glanced at me and muttered, "Dead quiet," under his breath. Daniel kept walking, but slower now, as if he sensed the shift as well. Then the ground trembled. It was not like the vibration of a distant train or thunder. It was localized, right beneath our boots, subtle at first, a shiver that rippled through the soil. I crouched and pressed my hand to the ground, thinking maybe a small earthquake had stirred, though I had never felt one so shallow. What I felt instead was rhythmic movement, like something pushing upward from beneath, slow and deliberate. I whispered for the others to stop. All three of us stood there in the dark, holding our breath. The soil in front of Daniel's boots suddenly split. A dark ridge rose through the mud, lifting as though something enormous tunneled below. Daniel jerked backward, flashlight beam jittering. A tusk burst through the surface, curved, glistening, the length of my form. It cut upward, spraying clumps of dirt before slamming back down into the earth. But no body followed it. No head, no shoulders heaving from the hole. Just the tusk, retreating beneath the soil, as though it had been a periscope retracting into water. None of us spoke for several seconds. Mason cursed softly, aiming his rifle at the disturbed ground. Daniel's face drained of color. "What the hell was that?" he asked, though we all knew what it looked like. "A wild boar. Except boars do not swim under the earth like fish, and no creature that size could disappear without leaving a crater." Yet the soil smoothed itself behind the movement, as though nothing had ever broken through. The ridge continued, sliding away from us, moving with terrifying speed. I heard the grind of rock and root snapping as it tunneled, and the line curved back around, circling us. That broke the spell. We stumbled backward, forming a rough triangle with our rifles up. My heart hammered. The kind of fear that crawls along your spine when you realize you are dealing with something that has no right to exist. I tried to steady my breathing, to think rationally. Perhaps we had stumbled on an old sinkhole, or the settling of wet soil had created the illusion of movement. But then the tusk reappeared. This time it rose higher, tearing a groove in the dirt. I saw not one but two ivory points glint in the flashlight beam, enormous, yellow-stained, stabbing upward with unmistakable force. For an instant I thought a whole boar would erupt from beneath us. But again, nothing surfaced. The tusks withdrew, and the ground sealed itself shut as if swallowing the evidence. Mason whispered, "It's playing with us." His voice trembled. I knew him as a man not easily rattled, yet his hands shook on the rifle stock. Daniel muttered a prayer under his breath. The soil shifted again, this time between me and Mason. I felt the vibration rising through the soles of my boots, an immense pressure that made my stomach lurch. Then silence. No more ridges, no tusks. Nothing but the smell of fresh, turned earth lingering in the air. We stood frozen for what felt like minutes. Finally, Daniel hissed, "We're leaving." Now, none of us argued. We began retreating toward the truck, moving fast but careful not to break into a full run. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting another eruption. The woods remained silent, the kind of silence that feels unnatural, hollowed out. By the time we reached the tree line, sweat drenched my back despite the cool night. At the truck, we argued in hushed tones. Mason wanted to report what we saw to the landowner, maybe even the game warden. Daniel shook his head, saying no one would believe us. "They'll think we were drunk or spooked by shadows," he said. He wasn't wrong. I tried to put words to it myself. How do you explain the sight of tusks without the body of a hog, rising from the soil like roots come alive? The more I thought about it, the more absurd it sounded. We left that night without firing a shot. None of us spoke much on the ride back. Each time the truck's tires hit a rut, I braced, half expecting the ground beneath us to split open. When I got home after midnight, my wife asked how the hunt went. I told her we didn't see much. It was easier than trying to explain what I had seen. For weeks afterward, I tried convincing myself it was a trick of the eyes, that maybe two roots had split the soil and reflected the flashlight just right. But the memory of vibration under my boots wouldn't fade. You cannot mistake the feeling of something alive moving beneath you, especially when you've hunted your whole life and know the land's usual rhythms. About a month later, Daniel called me late one night. His voice was low, shaken. "Luke, it's back," he said. He had returned to the property alone to set trail cameras. On his way back, the ground had split again, and he swore he saw tusks longer than before, sweeping in arcs just under the soil surface. He left the cameras behind in his rush to get out. He told me he would never step foot on that land again. Mason felt the same. I wanted to argue, to insist there had to be an explanation, but deep down I knew none of us could justify what we had witnessed. That was only the beginning. The encounter with the tusks beneath the soil was not the last. It returned, worse, stranger, as though whatever was burrowing under there had grown bolder. I tell this not as a story to pass time around a campfire, but as a warning. There are things in the earth of Arkansas that do not belong to hog or man. And I was fool enough to hunt where I shouldn't. I did not return to that bottomland for months, though it haunted my thoughts every time I stepped into the woods. Hunting had always been a comfort to me, a grounding ritual that connected me with my father's lessons and the land we'd worked our whole lives. But after that night, I found myself second, guessing every vibration in the soil, every shadow in the trees. Deer season came and went, and I filled my tags elsewhere, far from the White River bottoms. Still, no matter how I tried to avoid it, the memory of those tusks haunted me like a fever. Daniel refused to talk about it. If I brought it up on the phone, he shut me down with a sharp, "Drop it." Mason was little better. He'd laugh it off when we met for a beer, but the way his eyes shifted told me he wasn't laughing inside. That left me alone with my unease, and being alone with it meant I started doubting myself. I told myself maybe it had been a hallucination, some strange overlap of fear, flashlight glare, and imagination. Yet deep down I knew that wasn't true. It was mid-January when the thing forced its way back into my life. Daniel's call came again, this time just past midnight. His voice was tight, urgent. "Luke, I need you to come. I know you said you wouldn't, but I can't do this alone. It's back. And it's worse." I asked him what he meant, but all he said was, "Bring a shovel. And hurry." By the time I arrived, the air outside had turned bitter, the kind of winter cold that cuts through layers. Frost glistened in the headlights as I pulled up beside Daniel's truck. He was standing at the edge of the timber, shotgun cradled in both hands. His face was pale, jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth might crack. He didn't waste words. He just pointed toward the trail leading into the woods. I followed, carrying my rifle and the shovel he'd insisted I bring. The ground was stiff with frost at the surface, but as we went deeper, I noticed patches of earth that looked freshly disturbed, dark and wet despite the cold. They trailed off in a line, weaving between trees. At first I thought they were hog wallows, until I saw the pattern. Long ridges in the soil, as if something massive had moved beneath the frost, pressing upward as it went. Daniel led me to a small clearing where his trail cameras hung on a tree. The earth there had collapsed into a shallow sinkhole, maybe 6 feet across. In the center, a twisted root jutted up, and caught on it was a shred of something pale. I knelt and held my flashlight over it. It wasn't fabric, it was flesh, dry, tattered, like a strip of hide pulled loose and left to stiffen in the cold air. "What the hell is this?" I asked. Daniel shook his head. "I told you. It's not just tusks anymore. It's something else." I didn't want to believe it, but I picked up the strip with the edge of the shovel. It had coarse hair along one side, black and bristled, unmistakably hog hair. But the hide was stretched thin, too thin for any wild hog I'd ever dressed. It reminded me more of parchment, brittle at the edges, as if it had been cooked by the soil itself. Daniel crouched near the hole. Last time I came, it circled me again, but it never broke the surface. just moved under me like it was testing. Feeling, I ran same as before. But tonight, he stopped, voice cracking. It came up halfway. I saw more than tusks. I saw a snout, eyes like coals, and then it dropped back under. And when it did, the ground split like jaws. It was smiling at me, Luke. Like it knew. The night was dead silent around us. My breath came out in clouds, and each one seemed too loud, too heavy. I tried to steady myself, but a prickling sensation rose across my skin, as though the trees themselves were leaning closer. I swung the flashlight beam around, scanning for tracks. That's when I saw them. Not hog prints, not deer. These were deep impressions in the soil, elongated, uneven. They looked like hooves, but stretched unnaturally, each mark pressed too far apart, as though something enormous and awkward had shuffled above the surface before sinking back under. The sight of them churned my stomach. Why the shovel? I asked. Daniel swallowed hard. Because I think it's digging tunnels. And if it's digging tunnels, maybe we can see where it goes. Maybe we can figure out what the hell this thing is. I wanted to argue, to tell him we had no business disturbing whatever lived beneath us. But before I could speak, the ground shifted. Not far from us, just 10 feet away. The frost cracked. A line of soil swelled, pushing upward in a straight path toward us. Move, I shouted. We staggered back just as the ridge reached the edge of the sinkhole. Soil burst upward in a spray of frozen clods, and something rose. Not fully, not even close, but enough to carve itself into my memory forever. Tusks, yes, longer than before, curling upward like ivory scythes. Between them, a snout emerged, massive and ridged, but its skin was wrong. It looked stretched, thin and gray, veined with something dark pulsing beneath. And the eyes, God help me, the eyes were not animal. They glowed with a dull red, not a reflection of our flashlights, but a light of their own, steady and hateful. The face hovered above the soil for only a moment, just long enough for me to see its mouth curl open. But instead of breath or bellow, the sound that came out was a grinding groan, like boulders being dragged through the earth. Then, just as quickly, it sank back down. The ground closed behind it, leaving only churned soil and silence. Daniel clutched my arm. Tell me you saw it. Tell me I'm not losing my mind. I saw it, I said, voice low. My mouth had gone dry, and I could barely get the words out. We stood frozen, rifles raised, waiting for it to return. But minutes passed, and the earth lay still. Finally, Daniel turned to his trail camera and unhooked it from the tree. Well, check the footage, he muttered. We'll prove it's not just in our heads. Back at his truck, we played the footage on his small laptop. At first it showed nothing unusual. Deer, raccoons, the blur of passing shadows. But then the ground in the clearing swelled. The camera caught it all, the soil splitting, tusks rising, the half-formed snout glaring into the lens. For one frame, just one, it looked directly at the camera, eyes glowing. Then it vanished. I felt sick. The camera confirmed what we had seen, but that only made it worse. This was not imagination. This was real. And if it was real, then it lived somewhere under our feet. Daniel wanted to go back with more shovels, maybe even a small backhoe from his work site, to dig the ground open. He said if it was flesh and blood, it could be killed, and if it was something else, well, at least we'd know. But I couldn't agree. Every instinct screamed that disturbing its lair would only make things worse. The earth itself seemed to pulse with its presence, as though the soil belonged to it now. I told him we should burn the clearing, salt the ground, anything to keep it from surfacing again. He shook his head, saying fire wouldn't stop something that moved under dirt and rock. And deep down, I feared he was right. We argued until nearly dawn. Neither of us slept that night, and when I finally drove home, I felt the vibration of the road beneath me in a new way, like the thing had followed, tunneling along under the asphalt. I knew it wasn't possible, but the thought stayed with me. A week later, Mason called. His voice was unsteady. He said something had come up through the soil near his deer stand 20 miles from the White River property. Same tusks, same ridges in the earth. He swore it was spreading. That was when I realized the bottomland hadn't been its home. It was just where we happened to see it first. This thing was moving, traveling under Arkansas soil, surfacing where it pleased. And we had no idea how far it could go, or what it wanted when it finally rose all the way. Mason's call left me shaken in a way I hadn't thought possible. If the thing had appeared near his stand, miles from where Daniel and I first saw it, then it wasn't bound to one piece of land. It was roaming beneath Arkansas soil like a current in a river, unseen until it chose to rise. I kept telling myself that maybe Mason had panicked. Maybe he'd mistaken something else for those tusks. But his voice on the phone carried the same brittle fear I'd heard in Daniel's. He wasn't lying. He was warning me. After that, I couldn't step outside without staring at the ground. I started noticing every shift in the soil, every hollow thump when I walked across my yard. My wife thought I was losing my mind, and maybe I was. I never told her the truth, not fully. How could I? A boar that lives beneath the soil. Sounds like a folk tale. Something born of whiskey and campfire smoke. But I had the footage from Daniel's trail cam, and though I told myself not to, I watched it over and over at night. Each time I paused on the single frame, where its eyes glowed into the lens, and I felt that same sickness in my gut. A month passed with no sign of it. I began to hope that maybe it had moved on, deeper into the wild, away from towns and farmland. Then came the report. A farmer in Prairie County found half his soybean field turned up overnight, as though a bulldozer had plowed through it, though no tire tracks marked the land. His livestock wouldn't go near the soil. One of his sows had been found dead. Not eaten, but twisted and broken as though it had been dragged through the ground itself. He told the local paper it was coyotes. I knew better. Daniel called me that same week, voice flat, like someone already grieving. It came up again, near my house this time. That was when I knew we couldn't ignore it anymore. We met at Mason's workshop one cold Saturday morning. The three of us sat around a scarred oak table, coffee steaming between us, rifles leaning against the wall. None of us wanted to be there, but we knew why we had come. We had to decide confront this thing, or run from it for the rest of our lives. Mason slammed a hand on the table. We can't just let it roam. If it's moving toward farms, what happens when it hits a town? When it comes up under a house? You saw the tusks. That thing could tear through a foundation like paper. We have to kill it. Daniel nodded, though his eyes carried doubt. I've thought about dynamite. If we could track its tunnels, collapse them, maybe bury it alive. I listened, but my chest tightened. Everything in me resisted the idea of trying to fight it. This wasn't a hog or bear or anything with blood, we understood. It belonged to the soil, moved through it as easily as we walked the surface. How do you kill the earth itself? But fear left me silent. In the end, we agreed to try. Not because I believed we could succeed, but because I couldn't stand the thought of it rising beneath my family's feet. We returned to the bottomland where it had first appeared. Daniel brought 3 trail cameras. Mason carried extra ammo, and I hauled a 5-gallon can of diesel fuel. The plan was crude: lure it with bait, corner it when it surfaced, and set the clearing ablaze if we had to. A desperate plan, but desperation was all we had. That night, under a moonless sky, we dumped buckets of corn into the clearing, the kind we'd normally use to draw hogs. The smell carried through the damp air, sweet and heavy. We positioned ourselves around the edges, flashlights off, rifles ready. My heartbeat thudded so hard I could hear it in my ears. For an hour, nothing happened. The woods stayed silent, as they always did before it came. Then I felt it, the vibration. Subtle at first, then stronger, rolling under my boots like a drum beat. The soil swelled in a line, straight toward the corn. The ground erupted. Tusks speared upward, higher than I'd ever seen, glinting pale in the dark. Between them, the full head rose, larger than any boar could be. Its skin hung in loose folds, stretched thin, with patches of bristled hair clinging like moss on stone. Its eyes blazed red, and for the first time, I saw its mouth open fully. Rows of teeth lined its jaw, but they weren't tusks or molars. They were jagged stones, soil fused into fangs. When it bellowed, the sound was not animal. It was the groan of the earth itself splitting. Mason fired first. The crack split the night, and his bullet struck square between its eyes. But instead of dropping, the creature only reeled back, dirt spilling from the wound like sand. Daniel fired next, round after round, chunks of soil exploding from its body. I joined them, emptying my magazine until smoke burned my throat. The clearing filled with thunder and dust. When the smoke cleared, it was gone. The soil lay flat, as though nothing had ever risen. No body, no blood, only the smell of wet earth and the echo of silence. Did we kill it? Mason whispered. The ground answered. The vibration surged, stronger than before, shaking the trees. The soil beneath the corn collapsed inward, forming a pit. From it rose not one snout, but several. Tusks split the dirt in a circle around us, glowing eyes burning from beneath the surface. The thing wasn't a single beast. It was many, or worse. It was one vast body with countless mouths. Panic ripped through us. Daniel screamed to run, but the ground heaved, throwing him off balance. Mason grabbed the diesel can and hurled it into the pit. I struck a match and tossed it after. The explosion of fire lit the clearing, flames racing along the soil. For a moment, the tusks writhed, twisting in the blaze, and a chorus of groans shook the air. The ground split wider, swallowing fire and corn together, then sealed shut with a hiss of smoke. We fled into the trees, running until our lungs burned. We didn't stop until we reached the truck, gasping, covered in ash. None of us spoke on the drive home. That was the last time the 3 of us hunted together. Mason moved his family out of state within a month. Daniel still lives nearby, but he refuses to go into the woods at night. As for me, I still hunt, but never in the bottoms, never where the soil is soft. I stick to rocky ridges where nothing can move beneath me. But the story doesn't end there. 2 weeks ago, I received a call from a man in Louisiana. He got my number through Daniel. His voice shook as he described something that had torn through his swamp at night, uprooting cypress trees like matchsticks. He said he found tusk marks carved into the mud, too big for any hog. He wanted to know if I'd seen anything similar. I told him no. I lied. Because what could I tell him? That the boar beneath the soil is not bound to Arkansas, that it moves like a shadow under the land, surfacing wherever it pleases. That shooting it, burning it, only made it angrier. No one would believe me. But I know the truth. I feel it in my bones. Every time the ground shakes with a truck passing, every time I hear a groan in the timbers at night. This thing is older than the forest, older than the soil itself. It was never meant to be hunted. It was meant to be feared. So if you find yourself out in the bottoms, late at night, and the ground begins to tremble under your boots, don't wait to see the tusks. Don't wait to watch the soil split open. Run. Run before the earth itself decides your prey. Because I can tell you from experience, whatever lives beneath us is not a hog. It only wears the shape of one. And it's still hungry. My name is Miles Donovan, and I was born in the quiet town of Millinocket, tucked against the edge of Maine's great northern forest. For as long as I can remember, the wilderness has been a presence in my life. Something vast, untamed, and eternal, stretching beyond the limits of human order. My father taught me to hunt and fish before I learned to drive, and my mother warned me with the same breath about the kinds of things people claimed lurked in those woods. Stories of shadows that didn't belong to animals, of voices calling your name when no one was there, of things older than any settlement clinging to the birches and pines. I grew up hearing these tales, sometimes told around campfires, sometimes muttered half seriously by old trappers at the diner. I never believed any of them. Or at least, I didn't believe until the night I saw the moose. It happened in late October, the air sharp with the first hint of snow. The leaves had already fallen, carpeting the ground in a rust, red layer that muffled every step. I had driven out to a clearing near the Debsconig Lakes, where my uncle kept a rustic hunting cabin. He'd passed it down to me after his health declined, telling me it was a good place to clear my head. I had been working long hours in town, and my thoughts had grown restless and crowded, so the cabin felt like an escape. Out there, the nights were dark enough that the stars burned like holes in the sky, and the silence was so complete that even your own breathing felt intrusive. That night, I built a fire just outside the cabin and sat with my rifle across my knees, listening to the crackle of birch logs. The first sign came as sound, not sight. A faint whistle drifted through the clearing, like someone blowing a thin flute. At first, I thought it was the wind pushing through the trees, catching in some hollow knot of wood, but the pitch was too clean, too deliberate. It rose and fell in long breaths, carrying across the night air. I set down my coffee tin and stood, trying to locate the direction. It came from the eastern edge of the clearing, where the firelight bled into shadows. Then I saw it move. A bull moose emerged from the darkness, massive as a house, its antlers branching like bare trees against the stars. My breath caught at the sight of it. Such creatures are kings of this land, and even hunters like me feel humbled in their presence. But this one was wrong. Its chest was broad but caved in the center, and as the animal drew nearer, the firelight revealed the truth. There was no flesh within, no organs, no heart. The rib cage was hollow, and the wind passed through its cavity, whistling like an instrument carved by some godless hand. My rifle was already in my grip, but I didn't lift it. The moose walked steadily across the clearing, its hooves thudding in time with the eerie flute song of its chest. I froze, unsure if I was seeing something real or a trick of exhaustion. I had hunted moose before, and I knew how they moved, how they breathed, how they smelled. This creature made no sound of breath. It gave off no musk. The hollowness in its chest glowed faintly, not with fire, but with a dim silver sheen, as though moonlight lived inside its bones. I could see the flames of my campfire through the cage of its ribs. My knees weakened, and for the first time in my life, I understood why old men muttered about spirits in the woods. The moose did not charge. It did not even acknowledge me. It walked straight past the fire, heading toward the opposite tree line. The whistling followed, rising and falling with every step. Only when it vanished into the dark, swallowed by the pines, did I find myself able to breathe again. My hands shook so badly, I spilled the coffee when I tried to drink. I did not sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the fire until dawn, staring at the edge of the woods, waiting for the hollow moose to return. The next morning, I forced myself to believe it was imagination. Perhaps the shadows and firelight had played tricks on me, or I had nodded off and dreamed with my eyes open. That seemed safer to accept than the alternative. But when I circled the clearing in daylight, my boot caught a trail of prints pressed deep into the soft earth. They were moose tracks, clear as any I had ever seen, each nearly the length of my hand. They led from the trees, crossed the clearing where I had seen the creature, and disappeared again into the opposite woods. I crouched to study them, running my fingers along the sharp edges. These weren't dream marks. Something real had passed through. Something immense. I should have packed and driven home that moment, but pride kept me there. I was raised to respect the woods, not fear them. Men like me didn't run from shadows. So I told myself I would spend another night, if only to prove I could. I spent the day repairing the roof shingles on the cabin and hauling firewood, pretending to ignore the prints. But the truth clung to me. Even as I worked, I caught myself glancing toward the tree line, listening for that thin, flute-like whistle. By late afternoon, the forest grew heavy and quiet. The usual chatter of chickadees and the occasional cry of a hawk were absent, replaced by a thick hush that pressed against my eardrums. I felt watched, though I saw nothing. At dusk, I sat once more by the fire, rifle close, waiting. My every nerve buzzed with expectation, the kind of dread that feels like standing on the edge of a great height. The whistle came again, fainter this time, drifting through the pines long before the moose appeared. My stomach turned cold. This time, it came from the west. The creature stepped into the clearing as though it had never left. Its massive form was silhouetted against the last smear of daylight, ribs yawning open, silver glow spilling from its hollow chest. The whistle rose high, then sank low, like someone playing a dirge on a reed pipe. I lifted my rifle to my shoulder, the stock tight against my cheek. My finger hovered near the trigger. Every instinct told me to shoot, to put an end to whatever wrongness walked there. But something else held me still. A weight that said this was not an animal to be hunted. It belonged to no natural world. The moose turned its head toward me, and for the first time I saw its eyes. They were not the deep, liquid brown of normal moose. They were pale and clouded, like frost over glass, yet they fixed directly on me. The fire snapped, and shadows rippled across its antlers. For a long moment it did not move, and neither did I. Then, without warning, the whistle cut off. Silence fell so absolute I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. The moose lowered its head slightly, as if bowing, and stepped backward into the shadows, vanishing between the trees. I lowered my rifle with trembling hands. My lungs ached from holding my breath. Every instinct screamed that I should not remain another night. But I stayed, trapped between disbelief and fascination. Sleep finally claimed me in the cabin bed, though it was restless and broken by dreams of hollow chests and silver bones. When I woke near dawn, something scraped against the cabin wall. I froze under the blanket, listening. A faint whistle drifted through the cracks of the logs. It circled the cabin slowly, passing each wall in turn, until it faded toward the trees. By the time daylight spread across the clearing, the prints were there again, circling my cabin like a hunter marking prey. My resolve cracked. I packed my things and left that morning, driving the long dirt road, back to town with my heart hammering every mile. But distance did not ease the memory. That whistle followed me in my mind, threading through every silence, as if reminding me that the hollow moose had seen me and would not forget. I thought leaving the woods would sever the connection, but I was wrong. Nights back in Millinocket brought the same dreams. I would wake drenched in sweat, hearing the thin song echoing through the stillness of my bedroom. Once, walking home late from the diner, I caught a glimpse of antlers reflecting in a storefront window, though the street was empty. The hollow moose had crossed some boundary, following me into places where it did not belong. And deep down, I began to understand that it was not merely an animal, but something older. Something that used the form of a bull moose as a shell. That was only the beginning. That was only the beginning. The days that followed should have been ordinary. I returned to work at the mill, stacked lumber, shared small talk with men I'd known my whole life. Outwardly, everything went on as before. Yet something inside me had shifted. Every sound seemed sharper, every silence heavier. When the machinery ground to a halt for lunch breaks, I swore I could hear the faintest whistle threading through the rafters. My coworkers laughed at nothing in particular, but I could hardly eat. Convinced the moose was near, though we were miles from the forest, I tried to bury the memory under routine, but the dreams persisted. I saw the clearing over and over, the firelight flickering against ribs that held no flesh, silver glow spilling through bone. Sometimes the moose bowed to me again. Other times it lowered its massive antlers, as though preparing to charge. And I would wake with my heart pounding, hands curled as if gripping a rifle. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind, that fear can plant roots and grow, even when we think we're safe. But fear is only part of it. What haunted me most was the sense of invitation, as if the hollow moose wanted me to follow. One night I could no longer bear the uncertainty. After tossing through another fevered dream, I dressed, drove north, and returned to the cabin. The road was slick with early frost, the trees black skeletons against the moon. I carried my rifle again, though I doubted its worth. Arriving just past midnight, I killed the engine and stepped out into silence, so complete it felt like stepping underwater. No owls called. No wind moved. Only my boots crunching on frozen dirt. The cabin sat as I had left it, dark and empty, though I noticed prints circling the clearing once more, pressed into the crust of frost like fresh wounds. I built a fire despite my shaking hands, telling myself I would confront whatever waited. The whistle came sooner than I expected, faint but steady, sliding through the pines as though the very forest exhaled music. My throat tightened. When the moose emerged, its form shimmered in moonlight, larger than I remembered, ribs yawning wider. The silver glow within seemed brighter now, casting shadows that stretched unnaturally long. It paused at the edge of the firelight, staring at me with those pale, frost, glass eyes. My finger hovered on the trigger. But instead of fear, a strange calm filled me, like stepping into cold water, until numbness dulled every edge. The moose tilted its head, and the whistle deepened, vibrating through the ground, through my chest, as though urging me forward. I did not fire. I stepped closer. Each pace felt both reckless and necessary. The whistle swelled, filling my ears, and for a heartbeat I thought I heard words woven in the sound, though no language I knew. My boots stopped inches from its shadow. The moose towered above me, antlers clawing the sky. I should have fled. Instead, I reached out a trembling hand. My fingers brushed the bone of its rib cage. It was ice cold, but humming faintly, like touching a tuning fork. I pulled back with a gasp. The moose let out a sharp whistle that rang like glass breaking, then spun and vanished into the woods. The silver light receded with it, swallowed by black. My hand burned with frostbite the rest of the night, though I wore gloves. By dawn, the skin along my fingers had turned pale and numb. Yet there was no pain, only a tingling cold that did not fade. I bandaged them as best I could, but the color never returned. From then on, my right hand looked lifeless, as though it no longer carried blood. Coworkers noticed, asked questions. I claimed it was an accident with dry ice at the mill. No one pressed me further. But at night, I stared at the hand and swore I could hear the faintest whistle pulsing beneath the skin, as if the moose had left part of its emptiness inside me. Weeks passed. The sightings grew closer, not just in the woods, but at the edges of town. Once, walking home after dusk, I glimpsed antlers shifting behind a row of houses, taller than the roofs. By the time I reached the street corner, nothing remained but a faint whistling on the breeze. Another time, I was drinking coffee at the diner when the window, frosted over though the heater blasted inside. Shapes pressed against the glass, branching horns, hollow ribs, and then melted away, leaving only streaks of condensation. No one else seemed to notice. Or maybe they refused to. I began to suspect the moose was not simply appearing but following, testing me, inviting me deeper into whatever realm it belonged to. The dreams confirmed it. In them, I wandered endless forests under a sky without stars, the whistle guiding me forward. Sometimes I glimpsed other figures among the trees, shapes too tall, too thin, with eyes that glowed like the moose's ribs. They did not approach, only watched as I stumbled towards some unseen destination. I woke each time with frost collecting on my blanket, though the stove burned hot. One evening, desperation overcame me. I drove to visit old Nathan Carter, a retired guide who had spent his life hunting and trapping in the North Woods. Folks called him half mad, but I remembered sitting at his knee as a boy, listening to stories of spirits and beasts that lived beyond the veil of daylight. If anyone might know what haunted me, it was him. His cabin sat at the edge of town, cluttered with antlers, pelts, and faded photographs. He squinted at my pale hand when I knocked on his door. "You've touched it," he muttered before I said a word. "The hollow one." I told him everything. The whistle, the ribs, the dreams. Nathan listened without interruption, rocking slowly in a chair that creaked like bones. When I finished, he spat into the fire. "That ain't no moose," he said. "It wears the shape, same as the Wendigo wears hunger. Old as the ice. Hollow because it carries no life of its own, only takes from others. Once it marks you, you'll see it till you die. Or worse." I pressed him for more, but he only shook his head. "Don't follow it. Don't answer its call. You give yourself to that emptiness, and you won't come back." His words chilled me more than the October wind outside, but as I left his cabin, the whistle drifted faintly across the fields, low and steady. Even Nathan heard it. His face blanched. He shut the door without another word. After that night, I tried to resist. I avoided the woods. I slept with the lights on. I drowned out silence with the radio turned high. None of it mattered. The moose came regardless, sometimes glimpsed in mirrors, sometimes only heard in the hollow spaces between sounds. I was unraveling, my days consumed by dread, my nights by dream, and still, part of me yearned for it. The whistle had sunk hooks into me, calling not with threat but with promise. A promise of answers, of meaning, of something vast beyond my narrow life at the mill. That yearning frightened me more than the creature itself. The final straw came on a night of heavy snow. I had stayed late at work, and the streets were empty when I trudged home. Halfway across the bridge over the frozen river, I stopped. The whistle carried clear and strong, not from the woods but from the darkness below. I peered over the railing. There it stood on the ice, enormous body outlined in drifting snow, ribs glowing silver, eyes pale as the moon. The hollow moose lifted its head toward me and blew a long, low note that made the bridge shudder beneath my boots. Then it stepped onto the riverbank and disappeared into the forest, leaving a path of glowing prints in the snow. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching those prints fade. Something in me broke. I could not go on pretending to live half in one world and half in another. If the hollow moose wanted me to follow, then I would. I packed the next morning, telling no one. Only a rifle, matches, food, and a lantern. My frost-white hand trembled as I locked the door to my house, knowing I might never return. The whistle rose faintly in the distance, guiding me north. The whistle rose faintly in the distance, guiding me north. Each step into the snowbound woods felt both chosen and compelled, as though my will had been braided with something older and colder than myself. The forest swallowed the road behind me, leaving only silence and the faintest silver glow ahead. My boots broke through drifts up to my knees, breath steaming, rifle heavy across my back. I knew I was walking toward something no man was meant to meet, but I also knew there was no turning back. The hollow moose had claimed me. Through the trees, its trail shimmered. Each print glowed faintly beneath the snow, silver light pulsing like embers beneath ice. I followed, lantern swinging in my hand, its flame no match for the eerie glow. The whistle rose and fell like a song sung by no human mouth, at times echoing close enough to feel in my chest, other times drifting far ahead so faint, I wondered if I imagined it. Hours bled together until my legs burned and the cold gnawed at my face, but still I walked. My mind emptied of everything but the sound, as if the whistle carved space within me. The forest changed the deeper I went. Trees grew twisted, their branches bowing together overhead until they formed a cathedral of black wood. Frost covered every trunk, not as delicate lace but as thick crust, cracking like old scars when touched. No animals stirred. No wind moved. It was as though I had stepped outside the world I knew into another that had been waiting just beyond sight. At last, the trees parted, and I stumbled into a clearing I had never seen before. The hollow moose stood at its center. It loomed taller than ever, ribs blazing silver, so bright the snow glittered like crushed glass. Its antlers scraped the low clouds, casting shadows across the frozen ground. The whistle poured from its chest, deeper now, almost a chant. My breath came shallow, heart racing. I wanted to run, yet my feet carried me forward until I stood at the edge of the glow. The moose turned its pale eyes toward me, and the whistle cut off. Silence struck, heavier than thunder. Then it lowered its head, inviting. I lifted my rifle. My frostbitten hand quivered against the stock. One shot, I thought. One clean shot to end this nightmare. But my finger would not pull the trigger. The hollow inside me answered the hollow before me. Slowly, almost without choice, I lowered the weapon. The moose stepped aside, revealing a gap between the trees at the far edge of the clearing. The silver light spilled into it, illuminating a narrow trail. The whistle resumed, softer now, beckoning me onward. My legs obeyed. The trail wound deeper into the forest, narrowing until branches clawed at my coat and antlers of frost bent overhead. The whistle guided me steadily, never hurried, never urgent, just patient like water wearing stone. My lantern sputtered and died, but the silver glow from the prints and ribs lit the way. I walked until time ceased to matter. Hunger gnawed at me, but the sound dulled it. Cold pierced me, but the glow warmed something inside my bones. I knew with growing dread that I was being remade. At last, the path ended at a lake I had never known existed. Its surface was frozen solid, smooth as glass, stretching into darkness. In the middle stood shapes, tall figures like moose but wrong, their ribs hollow, their eyes pale, their antlers tangled together like a crown of thorns. They did not move, only stood in silence, ice locking their legs. My breath fogged in the air as I stepped to the shore. The hollow moose stopped beside me, its whistle rising in a long, mournful note. The figures on the lake shifted. One turned its head toward me, frost cracking at its neck. The sound of bones grinding filled the night. I staggered back, but the moose blocked me with a sweep of its antlers. The figures began to move, slow and deliberate, ice splintering with each step. Their eyes glowed silver, hollow chests catching faint moonlight. I realized then what Nathan Carter had tried to warn me. The hollow moose was not alone. It was one of many, perhaps the first, perhaps the guide, and I was not here to hunt nor to flee. I was here to join them. No, I whispered, voice thin. My own chest ached. A cold pressure spreading beneath my ribs. I clutched at it, but the pain only deepened, hollowing me out from the inside. Breath wheezed like wind through a flute, faint at first, then stronger. My knees buckled. The moose lowered its head beside me, ribs blazing brighter, and in its might I saw my reflection on the ice. My eyes glowed pale. My chest shimmered silver where flesh should be. I was becoming hollow. I don't know how long I knelt there. The figures reached the shore and surrounded me, towering forms that smelled of frost and silence. They did not speak. They did not touch me. They only stood, their whistles joining mine, weaving a chorus that shook the trees. In that sound was no malice, only inevitability, as though I had always been meant to stand among them. The emptiness inside me spread until it swallowed fear, swallowed memory, swallowed even the thought of resistance. I rose on trembling legs. The whistle poured from me clearly now, steady and strong, blending with theirs. For a time, I walked with them across the frozen lake, our steps cracking the ice in unison. The moon bled silver across our ribs, and the night echoed with our song. I don't know if hours passed or years. Time had no weight. There was only the hollow choir, endless and vast. And yet, I am here, telling this story. Somehow, I woke days later in my own bed in Millinocket, boots still crusted with snow, rifle leaning against the wall. My frostbitten hand was unchanged, pale and bloodless. My chest bore no wound, but at night, when I lie still, I hear the whistle within me. Sometimes it escapes my lips in sleep, and I wake to my own breath singing that inhuman tune. People notice. They glance at me strangely, when silence falls too heavy, as if they hear something faint just beyond their grasp. I don't know if the hollow moose released me, or if this is simply another step in its claiming. Perhaps I walked too far and could not fully return. Perhaps it allows me to live among people a while longer, carrying its song into places it cannot reach. Either way, I know the truth: I am not whole. Part of me remains on that frozen lake, ribs open, chest glowing silver, voice joined forever to the hollow chorus. The worst part is this: I no longer dread it. When the whistle drifts through quiet streets at night, I feel not fear but longing. The emptiness inside hungers to be filled again. Not with life, but with that silver glow, with the song of the hollow herd. I know that one night soon, when the wind rises and the whistle calls clear, I will follow it once more. And this time I will not return, because I am already half theirs. My name is Rowan Price, and I was raised in the forests of northern Maine, where the air is often damp with pine resin, and the rivers carry mist in the early hours. I have worked most of my adult life as a wilderness guide, leading hunters, hikers, and sometimes curious travelers into regions where cell signals fade and maps become only suggestions. I have learned to read the land by the scuff of moss on stone, the way a bird takes sudden flight, or the silence that can fall without warning. For many years, the forest has been my home, my place of work, and my refuge. I thought I understood it. I thought I knew its rhythms and secrets. I was wrong. The trip that marked the beginning of what I now carry with me happened in late October, when the leaves had burned down into bright orange and crimson, and the nights carried the smell of frost. I was hired to guide two brothers, Michael and Daniel, and their cousin, a young woman named Claire. They were all in their 20s, city-born but eager for an adventure. They wanted to see moose, they said, maybe hear the call of owls, maybe catch trout in the clear creeks. They weren't hardened woodsmen, but they weren't careless either. They listened when I gave them instructions, and they moved with a kind of reverence through the trees, as though they knew they were stepping into a world that wasn't theirs. We carried packs heavy with provisions and made for a stretch of forestland far from any maintained trail. I had chosen this route deliberately, quiet, unspoiled, and more likely to show them the wildlife they wanted. The first day passed without incident, the forest damp but welcoming, sunlight breaking through the canopy in golden shafts. We made camp beside a small river, the kind that whispered constantly over stones, and we cooked trout we had caught earlier that evening. The fire burned bright, our laughter echoing against the water. I slept with the calm that only comes from being far from roads and roofs. The second day, though, the forest shifted. It began with tracks. A fox's tracks, delicate and light, appeared in the soft earth not far from where we had camped. This wasn't strange in itself. Red foxes are common in Maine. But what made me pause was the freshness of them, and the way they seemed to follow our own. Every step we had taken down the riverbank the day before had been shadowed, each print of ours mirrored by the fox's smaller print, trailing us as though it had been watching. I mentioned it casually, telling the others that a curious fox had been nearby. They didn't think much of it, and I didn't press the point. Still, I felt eyes on the back of my neck as we hiked. That evening, we set camp in a clearing surrounded by spruce. The light died early, the horizon bruised purple as the sun fell. The air was sharp with cold, and we kept the fire high. It was then, as we ate and told stories, that I saw her for the first time. A flash of russet fur at the edge of the firelight, a bushy tail slipping behind a tree. A fox watching us. The others noticed too, pointing and laughing. "Our little shadow," Claire said, smiling. I didn't smile. The fox lingered, unafraid, its eyes catching the flames. They gleamed like beads, reflecting not just the fire, but something sharper. When I tried to move closer, it vanished soundlessly, not a twig snapping in its retreat. Night grew colder. The others drifted to their tents, but I stayed awake, feeding the fire and listening. The forest had quieted, too quiet, and then from beyond the glow of the fire, I heard it. A song. It began faintly, so faintly that I thought it might be the wind threading itself through the spruce needles. But the tone was too clear, the cadence too human. A woman's voice, lilting and sorrowful, carrying words I could not understand. They curled like smoke, foreign syllables heavy with yearning. I froze, staring into the darkness. My first thought was that someone had followed us, maybe a lost camper or a hermit who lived out there. But the sound did not move closer or farther. It circled, drifting just beyond where the firelight gave up. And between the notes, soft as a breath, I thought I heard the brush of paws against earth. I wanted to wake the others, but some instinct held me still. Instead, I sat, every hair on my body rising. The song continued, weaving through the night. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Silence poured back into the forest, heavy and absolute. I stared into the blackness until my eyes ached, but there was nothing there. No fox. No woman. Only trees and the restless shuffle of the fire. By dawn, I had convinced myself that fatigue had played tricks on me. The forest can do that. When you spend long enough out there, you begin to hear voices in the rivers, see shapes in the mist. I told myself it was nothing. But when I stepped beyond the clearing, I found fresh fox tracks pressed into the frost. They circled the camp in a perfect ring, as though something had walked the perimeter all night while we slept. The others didn't notice. I smoothed over my unease with a smile and a quick breakfast, and we packed up to continue deeper into the forest. As we walked, I kept glancing behind us. I half expected to see that russet blur trailing us openly. Instead, I only found signs. A tuft of fur snagged on bark. Tracks overlapping our own. Once, in the corner of my eye, I thought I saw the curve of a human figure standing among the trees, pale against the shadows. But when I turned my head, there was only the fox again, watching from a distance. Its eyes glinted, then it vanished. The others joked about it. "Rowan's got a forest friend," Michael said, shouldering his pack. Claire laughed, saying the fox must be in love with me. I forced a laugh too, though the sound came tight in my throat. They couldn't hear what I had heard. They hadn't been awake to listen. That night the song returned. This time I was not alone when it began. Claire stirred in her tent, unzipping the flap, her hair tangled from sleep. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Her voice was thin, uncertain. I nodded, my eyes scanning the darkness. The song wound through the clearing, soft and deliberate, as though meant to soothe a child. Claire stepped closer to me, clutching her blanket. "It sounds like a woman," she said. I didn't answer. The words caught in my throat. Daniel emerged next, then Michael. All three of them stood by the fire, listening with wide eyes. The song swelled, and for a moment I thought I could make out words, though the language was unlike anything I had ever heard. It carried sorrow, yes, but also hunger, a need. The fox appeared then, at the very edge of the clearing, its fur lit silver by moonlight. Its mouth moved in time with the voice. We stared, transfixed. The fire crackled between us and it, throwing sparks into the night. The fox did not blink. Its jaws opened wider, impossibly wider, the song flowing louder, more piercing, until my ears ached. Claire gasped and stumbled back. Daniel cursed under his breath. Michael raised his flashlight, the beam slicing across the clearing. But when the light struck the fox, it shattered the illusion. There was nothing there. No animal. No woman. Only empty branches. The song ended once more, as though cut off with a blade. We hardly slept that night. When morning came, we debated whether to turn back. Daniel insisted we should. Claire agreed, pale and trembling. Michael tried to laugh it off, but his eyes betrayed him. I remained silent, studying the tracks in the frost. The fox had been there again. It had circled closer this time, nearly brushing the tents. And though no void through the daylight, I felt the echo of it in my bones, as though the forest itself had absorbed the sound and was waiting to release it again when the sun fell. I told them we would continue one more day. Perhaps I didn't want to believe what I had seen. Perhaps I was curious. Perhaps I was afraid of turning my back on something that seemed intent on following. We set off, the four of us tense and quiet, the forest pressing close. The wind rattled through the trees, sounding too much like laughter. And always, somewhere just beyond sight, the fox shadowed our steps. We hiked deeper into the woods, our silence heavier than the packs on our backs. The sun never seemed to break through properly that day. Clouds kept drifting in thick, gray banks across the sky, dimming the forest into a perpetual twilight. Each of us listened more than we talked. I could see it in their faces. The way Claire glanced over her shoulder too often. The way Daniel's jaw set tight as he scanned the trees. The way Michael tried to walk faster, as though speed might outrun whatever shadow followed us. I walked at the rear, my hand brushing the handle of my knife more than once. I didn't know what use a blade would be against something that could wear the skin of a fox and sing like a woman, but the gesture steadied me all the same. Around midday we stopped at a ridge where the trees thinned, and you could see across a valley striped with dark evergreens and pale birches. The beauty of it would normally have filled me with quiet satisfaction, but my eyes kept catching on shapes between the trunks below, shapes that never quite resolved, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. Claire broke the silence. "We should go back," she said, her voice trembling as though it might crack under its own weight. Daniel nodded quickly. Michael tried to muster a grin, but it faltered before it reached his eyes. "Come on," he said, forcing cheer. "It's just a fox. Foxes make weird noises sometimes. We'll laugh about it once we're back." He turned to me, looking for confirmation. I said nothing, because I didn't have an answer that would comfort them. Instead, I led them onward. By late afternoon, we reached another river, broader this time, its water black with the reflection of clouds. We pitched camp nearby, though every instinct told me to keep moving. The forest felt wrong, like we had trespassed into something else's claim. But exhaustion and daylight leaving us made the choice for me. The tents went up. We gathered wood. The fire took. Its crackle should have been reassuring, but it sounded thin in the vast hush around us. Dinner was quiet, every clink of fork against tin plate louder than it ought to be. Claire barely ate. Daniel drank more than he should have from the flask he carried. Michael, stubborn as always, tried to tell a story about one of his past camping trips, but his voice faded when no one laughed at the punchline. When darkness sealed in fully, we sat close to the flames like children, each of us unwilling to step even a pace away. That was when the singing began again. This time, there was no slow build, no teasing notes drifting through the branches. It came full and clear from the darkness beyond the firelight. A woman's voice, deep with sorrow, swelling into melody that wrapped around us like fog. The language was still unfamiliar. Sharp consonants softened by long, aching vowels, but the intent behind it was unmistakable: longing, hunger, grief. The voice rose and fell like breath itself, as though the forest exhaled song. Claire whimpered and covered her ears. Daniel whispered a prayer. Michael stood abreast, shining his flashlight toward the sound. The beam carved through trunks and undergrowth, but nothing moved there. The voice did not falter. If anything, it grew stronger, echoing strangely as though more than one throat carried it. The hair on my neck prickled. I rose too, scanning the trees, every muscle taut. And then I saw her. At first I thought it was only the fox again. Low to the ground, eyes reflecting fire. But as the song poured louder, its body wavered, blurred at the edges like smoke, stretching taller, leaner. The fur melted into something like fabric, red fading to pale skin. A figure emerged where the animal crouched. Woman, half beast, her eyes the same sharp gleam, her mouth moving in rhythm with the song. Long hair spilled around shoulders too narrow, too sharp, the color of autumn leaves burning. And her teeth, when her lips parted wide, were pointed, shining like the tines of a calm. Claire screamed. Michael's flashlight caught her directly for a second, and she froze in that beam, impossibly still, like a deer about to spring. But when Daniel threw a rock toward her, the light seemed to pass through, as if she weren't quite solid. The rock clattered uselessly against a tree. The fox woman laughed, a sound woven into the song, and then she was gone. No rustle of leaves, no footfall, just gone. The voice ended in the same breath. Silence rushed in, pressing against our ears. The fire crackled, our breath steamed, and the four of us stared into the trees with our hearts hammering. No one spoke for a long time. When at last Daniel muttered, "We're leaving at first light," no one argued. Even Michael's bravado had drained away, leaving him pale and trembling. That night, none of us dared sleep deeply. I stayed by the fire until dawn, adding wood every hour, watching the perimeter, as though my vigilance could keep the thing at bay. I thought once or twice. I caught the gleam of eyes between the trees, but they vanished before I could be certain. By morning my body ached with exhaustion, and the others looked little better. Claire's face was drawn and hollow. Daniel's hand shook when he packed. Michael avoided meeting my eyes. We started the journey back, our steps heavy. But the forest was no longer the one we had entered. Trails I thought I knew curved in unfamiliar directions. The landmarks I relied on, split boulders, fallen trunks, the shape of ridgelines, seemed subtly altered. Once, I led them down a path I swore, west toward the main river, only to find ourselves circling back to our own footprints an hour later. Claire began to cry. Daniel cursed me under his breath. Michael muttered that the forest was playing tricks. I didn't tell them the truth, that I had never been lost here before. Not until now. All the while, I felt her watching. By evening, we found ourselves in another clearing. One I didn't recognize, though I could have sworn we hadn't strayed far. Exhaustion forced us to stop again. This time the fire seemed smaller, weaker, as though the wood itself had lost its strength to burn. We huddled close, too tired even to speak. Darkness closed in like water, and then the song began again. It came from every side this time, circling us. Louder, richer, filled with layered voices. It was no longer just one woman. It was a chorus, dozens, maybe hundreds, all singing in harmony. The sound pressed against my chest, stealing my breath. Claire clutched my arm, shaking violently. Daniel covered his ears and shouted curses. Michael tried to shout back at it, as though yelling would drown it out. But the song swelled over him, vast and endless. Shapes moved just beyond the firelight. Multiple foxes, red fur rippling like flame. They darted between trees, eyes glinting, jaws open in unison with the singing. Some of them flickered into human form for a heartbeat, pale limbs flashing, hair trailing, before flickering back into fur. The air shimmered with their shifting, as though reality itself bent with each note. I gripped my knife, though it felt like holding a toy against a flood. "Stay close," I whispered, though my voice was thin. My body wanted to run, but my legs locked. The fire sputtered as if choking on the sound. And then one of the foxes stepped forward, slow, deliberate, into the circle of light. It grew taller, longer, until once again the fox woman stood there, her eyes fixed on me. She opened her mouth, and the song faltered, leaving only her voice. This time I understood her words. "Rawan," she said. Hearing my name from her mouth froze every vein in me. She stepped closer, her bare feet silent on the earth, her hair shifting like flame. "Rawan," she said again, softer, almost tender. The others cowered behind me, but I could not move. Her voice wrapped around me, pulling. I felt a tug deep inside, as though some part of me already belonged to her. Claire screamed my name, yanking me backward. The spell broke, and in the instant I stumbled, the woman's face twisted into something monstrous. Her jaw unhinged, her eyes hollowing black, teeth gleaming long and sharp. She lunged, the fire flaring bright as though recoiling. I slashed with the knife, but the blade cut only air. She vanished in a shimmer of smoke and fur, the song erupting again from the trees in mocking laughter. We barely slept. Every shadow seemed alive. Every gust of wind carried the echo of voices. By morning, we packed in silence, our movements mechanical, like people condemned. We didn't know where the trail was anymore. We only knew we had to keep walking. The fox woman followed, always just out of sight, always singing. We stumbled through the forest like ghosts, driven by fear more than direction. My compass spun oddly, its needle twitching as though caught in a storm. The sun never seemed to rise properly. The sky stayed dim, a perpetual twilight that made it impossible to judge time. My sense of the land, once so steady, had unraveled. It was as if the forest itself had shifted under her song, leading us in circles, keeping us in her reach. Claire cried often, muffling her sobs into her sleeve. Daniel grew angrier with every step, muttering curses not only at her but at me, at the forest, at whatever had followed us. Michael tried to keep them calm, but his voice cracked, betraying his own terror. I walked behind them, scanning every tree, every shadow, waiting for the gleam of eyes or the whisper of her voice. My knife hung at my side, though I already knew steel would do little against what we faced. That night we made camp reluctantly in another clearing, too exhausted to press further. The fire struggled to catch, the wood was damp, as though the forest itself resisted giving us light. When finally the flames took, we huddled close, shoulders nearly touching, as though proximity could shield us. The air was heavy, pressing against our lungs. We did not speak, we did not dare. When the song began, I almost welcomed it, if only because the silence had become unbearable. But this time it was different. It began softly, not in sorrow but in sweetness. A lullaby, almost tender. The melody curled around us, coaxing rather than frightening, as if inviting us to rest. Claire's eyes grew heavy, her head drooping despite her fear. Daniel shook her awake, cursing under his breath. Michael stared into the dark, entranced, his lips moving as though trying to repeat the words. I snapped my fingers in front of his eyes, breaking his focus. He jerked back, pale, blinking. The fox woman appeared again, closer than before, stepping calmly into the edge of the firelight. This time she did not shift or shimmer. She stood fully human, pale skin glowing, hair a cascade of red, gold flame. She wore no clothing, yet the shadows clung to her modestly, as though the forest itself veiled her. Her eyes fixed on me, dark and deep. She sang with her mouth barely parted, the voice filling the clearing from no visible source. Each note pressed against my ribs, coaxing my heart to slow, urging me to surrender. "Rowan," she said when the song paused, her voice curling like smoke. "You belong here." I forced myself to answer, though my throat felt strangled. "Leave us alone." Her smile was patient, almost kind. "I have followed you because you are mine. The others," she glanced at Claire, Daniel, Michael, her expression flickering. "They are noise. But you, your blood remembers me." Her words rattled me. "I don't know you," I said, though even as I spoke I felt a tremor inside, as if some distant memory stirred. She tilted her head, hair spilling like fire. "Your grandmother's grandmother knew my song. She carried it in her bones. And now you do. You hear me when others cannot. You feel me in your marrow. Come to me, and I will end your fear. Stay, and the forest will always be home. Leave, and I will follow until your last breath." Claire whimpered, clutching my sleeve. Daniel shouted, "Get away from us!" and hurled a burning branch toward her. The fire passed through her body as though she were made of smoke. She did not flinch, her smile widened, teeth sharp as needles. I wanted to run, to drag the others into the night and force our way out no matter how twisted the paths had become. But my legs rooted to the earth. Her voice held me. I felt the pull like a tide, steady and inescapable. Michael broke first. He stepped toward her, eyes glassy. "She's beautiful," he murmured. "She's calling me." I lunged, grabbing his arm, yanking him back.
"Don't listen!"
I roared, shaking him hard. He blinked, dazed, and then horror filled his face. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing. The fox woman's eyes narrowed. The song surged again, louder, piercing, threads of harmony layering, until it sounded like hundreds of women singing at once. Foxes emerged from the dark, dozens of them, circling the camp in perfect rhythm, jaws moving in unison with the voices. Their eyes glowed amber. Their bodies flickered with human shapes. The chorus built, pressing against us until I thought my skull would split. Claire screamed and collapsed, clutching her ears. Daniel held her, glaring at me as though this were somehow my fault. And perhaps it was. She wanted me, not them. She had said as much. I stood, forcing my legs to obey. "If it's me you want, let them go," I shouted. My voice broke in the roar of song. But somehow she heard. She tilted her head again, studying me like prey deciding whether to yield or devour. Then the song stopped, cut into silence so abrupt I staggered. "You would give yourself?" she asked. I swallowed hard. "If it means they live." The foxes froze, waiting. The fire hissed and sputtered, casting long shadows across her pale face. She stepped closer, close enough that I could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the faint freckles across her nose. Her beauty was human, but her presence was not. She carried the weight of centuries of hunger sharpened by endless pursuit. "They will leave," she said softly. "They will forget. But you will stay with me." Her hand rose, fingers pale and slender, reaching for my chest. The air around her shimmered with heat. I braced myself. My heart pounded so loud I thought it might burst. Behind me, Claire sobbed my name. Daniel shouted, "No." Michael begged me not to. But I stood unmoving, caught between terror and inevitability. Her hand touched my chest. Cold fire seared through me, and the world fell away. For an instant I saw visions, forests older than memory. Women with foxtails dancing under the moon. Blood spilled on stones, men lost forever to voices that never ceased. I saw myself among them, my face hollow, my eyes reflecting fire. I tore back with everything in me, shoving her hand away. The shock rippled through the clearing, scattering the foxes like smoke in wind. Her eyes widened, not with anger but with surprise. For the first time, she faltered. "No," I whispered hoarsely. The fire flared high, higher than it should have, sparks bursting like stars. The foxes screamed, high, shrill, not human, not animal, and scattered into the trees. The song fractured, breaking into discordant notes before vanishing altogether. The fox woman hissed, her face warping monstrous, her body folding back into fur. Smaller, weaker. With a snarl, she vanished into the dark. Silence collapsed around us. The forest was still. For the first time in days, utterly still. The others stared at me, pale and shaking. Claire clung to Daniel, both trembling. Michael looked hollow, eyes wide, lips trembling. I dropped to my knees. Every muscle drained, my breath ragged. We stayed that way until dawn's gray light seeped through the trees. When morning came, the forest had changed again. The paths realigned. My compass steadied. I recognized landmarks I had been certain were gone. It was as though the spell had lifted with her retreat. We made our way back, slow and cautious, but this time the land obeyed. By evening, we reached the trailhead. Civilization greeted us with the distant hum of a road, the sight of power lines, the smell of exhaust. Never had I welcomed such things so fiercely. The others never spoke of it again. Claire and Daniel returned to the city, their eyes still haunted. Michael avoided me after that, as though feared the fox, woman's shadow still clung to me. Perhaps he was right. As for me, I cannot forget. At night, when the wind threads through the trees near my home, Sometimes I think I hear her song again, faint and low, promising, coaxing. I wake with my heart pounding, the echo of her voice still curling in my ears. She promised she would follow until my last breath. And when I walk the woods alone now, I sometimes see a flash of red fur. In the underbrush, a tail vanishing into shadow. Always just far enough away that I cannot be certain. Always just near enough that I know she has not gone. I am Rowan Price, and I have learned that the forest holds voices that do not die, songs that cannot be silenced. I escaped her once. I do not know if I will again, but I know she waits. My name is Peter Holt, and I was born and raised in Boise, Idaho. I am 42 years old, a husband, and a father of 2. My work as a surveyor has kept me close to the forests and ridges of this state for most of my life. Hunting was never a hobby for me. It was a tradition passed down from my father and from his father before him. I was taught to respect the land, to respect the animals, and to never take a shot unless I knew it would be clean. That is why the memory I am about to share unsettles me more than anything else I have ever lived through. What happened in those woods should not have been possible, and yet I swear every word of it is true. It was the fall of 2019, the season when the aspens turn yellow and the mornings burn with frost. I had drawn a tag for elk up in the Salmon, Chalice area. A vast stretch of wilderness threaded with rivers, high ridges, and timber that grows so thick it swallows sound. I packed light but careful. 308 rifle, a week's worth of food, my old canvas tent, and the knife my father gave me when I turned 18. It was meant to be a solitary trip. My wife worried, she always does. But I told her it would be fine. I had hunted those ridges half my life. The first 3 days passed as expected. I hiked the draws, glassed the slopes at dawn, and listened for bugles that never came. There was sign, though, tracks pressed into the soft soil near water, scat in the grass, the musk of bulls carried on the wind. Elk were close. I could feel it. On the 4th evening, I found myself on the edge of a clearing that looked out toward a valley. The last light was draining from the sky, and the tree lines seemed to drink in the color until the whole place turned gray. That is when I saw movement, a bull stepping out from the timber. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks. His antlers bent backward over his head, curling in a way I had never seen before, almost as though they were reaching down around his body, like the ribs of a cage. They weren't broken, and they weren't the odd palmation you sometimes see. They were grown that way, deliberate and wrong, twisting around him but leaving space enough for his head to move. He was massive, easily the biggest bull I had ever seen, his body scarred and heavy, his coat dark as burned bark. My instinct was simple: raise the rifle, line the shot, breathe out slow. The crosshairs settled on his chest. He was broadside. Perfect. I squeezed the trigger. The crack tore through the quiet. The elk staggered, just slightly, and then turned his head toward me. He should have dropped. At that distance, with that caliber, there was no chance of a miss. But he did not fall. Instead, he started walking toward me, his strange antlers glinting in the last shreds of light. I chambered another round, fired again. The sound echoed off the valley walls. The elk flinched, but still he came. Step after step, his hooves sinking into the soft ground, his breath steaming in the cooling air. My heart hammered. I fired again, and again. The shots punched into him. I swear they did. I could see the fur kick, see the mist of blood hang in the air, But the bull did not stop. He only walked, steady and slow, like each bullet was nothing more than a pebble striking water. Panic rose like fire in my chest. I backed toward the timber, my rifle clutched so tight my knuckles ached. I had 4 rounds left. I thought of my father's words, the lesson drilled into me since boyhood. A wounded animal is dangerous. You finish it no matter what. But how could I finish something that would not fall? By the time the bull reached the edge of the clearing, the light was gone. His shape melted into the dark, those warped antlers the only thing catching the pale shine of the moon. I could hear him, though, his hooves dragging slightly, his breath rattling like air forced through broken wood. I turned and ran. The forest swallowed me whole. Branches lashing at my jacket, roots clutching at my boots. I ran blind, the beam of my headlamp bouncing wildly across trunks and brush. My lungs burned. I did not stop until my tent came into sight, a pale dome in the trees. I ducked inside, yanked the zipper shut, and crouched with the rifle across my knees. The woods outside were silent, save for my own ragged breathing. No wind, no crickets, not even the whisper of leaves. Hours passed that way. My headlamp died, and I sat in darkness so deep it pressed against my skin. Every now and then I thought I heard something. Branches shifting, a scrape like bone on bark. But nothing ever drew close. By morning, I convinced myself I had imagined it. Maybe I had hit him poorly. Maybe adrenaline had twisted my sight. Maybe the bull had wandered off to die somewhere. I would never find him. Hunters tell themselves stories when the shots do not go right. I packed my gear, though, because I could not shake the feeling of being watched. The hike back to my truck was long and brutal. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that shape emerge from the timber. It never did. But the silence followed me. The birds did not sing. The wind did not move. When I finally reached the gravel road where I had parked, I felt something between relief and guilt. I had wasted bullets. I had wounded an animal and left it suffering in the woods. That alone was enough to knot my stomach. I drove home in silence, the radio off, my hands white on the wheel. My wife met me at the door. She asked if I had filled my tag, and I told her no. I did not explain why. How could I? That night, I woke to the sound of hooves on pavement, slow, dragging steps outside our house. I thought I was dreaming until I smelled it. The musk of elk, raw and pungent, filling the room. I reached for the curtain, but my hand froze before touching it. I was afraid of what I might see if I looked. The steps passed. The smell lingered. I did not sleep again. And in the days that followed, I began to realize something had come back from those woods with me. The days after I returned from the hunt were uneasy in a way I cannot properly describe. I went about my routine, waking early, drinking coffee, heading out to work sites with my survey crew. But everything seemed just slightly out of step. My boots felt heavier on the ground. My breath came shorter, and every shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should. My wife, Claire, noticed. She asked if I was feeling sick. I told her I was fine. It was easier than admitting the truth, that I had heard elk hooves outside our house in the middle of the night. The smell never quite left me, either. It lingered in my clothes, in the corners of the bedroom, sometimes in the hall. Not just the sharp tang of musk, but the faint metallic edge of blood. I washed my hunting jacket twice. The scent remained. I told myself it was all in my head. Hunters sometimes carry the woods home with them. That was natural, wasn't it? 4 nights after I got back, I woke again. It was around 2 in the morning, the house dark and silent, my wife breathing slow beside me. I opened my eyes to a shape in the corner of the room. At first it seemed like nothing more than a shadow cast by the dresser, but then it shifted. The outline of antlers, long, curling backward, arching down around a massive head. My throat locked. I reached for the lamp. My hand trembled as I fumbled with the switch. When light filled the room, there was nothing there. Just my dresser, the laundry basket, the empty space of our bedroom. But the smell was back, thick enough to sting my nose. Claire stirred, but did not wake. I did not sleep again that night. I sat in the kitchen with a cup of cold coffee, staring at the window and waiting for dawn. Outside, I swore I heard slow, dragging steps along the street. The following day at work, I could not keep focus. I misread bearings, misplaced markers. My crew leader asked what was wrong, and I mumbled something about bad sleep. But every time the wind shifted through the pines, I caught that smell again. Not strong, just faint enough to make my heart race. By the weekend, I had convinced myself that I needed to return to the valley where I had first seen the crooked elk. Maybe I had left something undone. Some mistake in the woods that was now following me. Hunters always talk about respect. For the animal, for the kill, for the land. Maybe I had broken something by shooting at that bull and leaving him alive. I told Claire I wanted to go scouting for deer season. She frowned. She always did when I left alone. But she nodded. I packed light again, though this time my hands shook as I loaded the rifle. The drive back into the salmon, Chalice country felt heavier, every mile like a stone on my chest. The mountains rose sharp against the sky, their ridges black with timber. By the time I reached the pulled, off where I had parked the week before, the sun was sliding low, staining everything in red. The hike-in was quiet, too quiet. I had always known those woods to be alive with sound. Ravens calling, squirrels chattering, wind calming through the branches. But that evening the silence was so completed, it pressed against my ears. My boots on the dirt sounded obscene like gunshots. I reached the clearing just as the last light faded. The place looked the same, but colder somehow. The grass lay flat as if something heavy had passed through. At the far end, near the tree line, I saw a stain on the earth, dark and wide. Blood. Old, blackened, but fresh enough that it hadn't been washed away by rain. My stomach turned. I crouched near it, the rifle across my knees, and studied the ground. Tracks pressed deep into the soil, elk tracks, but wrong somehow. Too large, too heavy. Each step dragged, as though the animal carried an impossible weight. They led back into the trees. I knew I should have turned then. I knew I should have walked back to my truck, driven home and never spoken of it again. But something in me, stubbornness, pride, or maybe just plain fear, pushed me forward. I followed the tracks. The forest swallowed me in darkness. I moved slow, my flashlight cutting narrow tunnels of light through the timber. The smell grew stronger with each step, musk and rot and copper. My throat clenched. My hands shook. Still I walked. After maybe half an hour, I reached a small hollow. The tracks ended there, pressed deep into the mud at the base of a fallen pine. For a moment, I thought the trail had gone cold. Then I saw the antlers. They jutted up from behind the log, curling back over a massive skull. At first I thought the bull had died there, collapsed and rotted. But then the head lifted, eyes opened, glowing faint in the beam of my light. And the elk stood. My knees nearly buckled. The animal loomed taller than I remembered. Its body gaunt but strong, its antlers twisted around it like a cage of bone. Blood clotted its chest where my bullets had struck, but the wounds were not wounds at all. They were holes, gaping and dark, edges raw yet unhealed. I could see clean through one, moonlight shining in the space beyond. It stepped toward me. I raised the rifle, heart slamming against my ribs. My finger froze on the trigger. Something about its eyes, flat, endless, not like an animal's at all, held me in place. The elk opened its mouth. What came out was not a bugle. It was a sound like wood breaking, like a tree splitting under winter ice, but twisted into something that almost carried words. My name, I swear it. Drawn out, cracked, but unmistakable, Peter. The rifle fell from my hands. I stumbled back, tripping over roots, scrambling to my feet. The elk did not charge. It only walked, steady and deliberate, each step groaning in the earth. Its antlers scraped branches above, sending down showers of bark. I ran. Branches tore at my arms. My lungs burned. Behind me, the steps followed, heavy and slow but never stopping. I did not dare look back. The forest seemed endless, the trail gone, every tree the same. At some point I fell hard, face first into the dirt. My flashlight skidded away, beams spinning across trunks. I clawed at the ground, pushing myself up, and froze. The light caught the elk's shape, 10 yards away. Its breath came in rattling gasps, steam pouring from its open mouth. Its eyes fixed on me. And then, as the beam shook across its body, I saw something that chilled me deeper than anything else. There were shapes caught in its antlers. Not branches. Not brush. Shapes like ribs. Like bones bent and twisted into the lattice of horn. Human bones strung and woven, rattling as it moved. My scream died in my throat. I snatched the flashlight and ran blind, crashing through the trees, my shoulder tearing against bark. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. The forest blurred into one long stretch of panic and darkness. When I finally broke into the clearing again, the night sky spread above me, stars sharp as needles. My truck was somewhere miles away, but I didn't stop to rest. I kept moving until the horizon glowed with the first hint of dawn. Only then did I realize I had dropped my rifle. I never went back for it. By the time I stumbled back to my truck, the sun had climbed over the ridges. My body was raw with scratches, my clothes torn, and my throat so dry it felt lined with sand. I remember leaning against the hood, chest heaving, staring at the tree line, as if the crooked elk might follow me all the way out. It never did. The woods were silent behind me, as though they had swallowed the night whole and left nothing but stillness. I drove home in a daze, gripping the wheel so tightly my fingers cramped. Every mile of winding road stretched too long, the pines leaning close as if listening. When I reached Boys, I parked in the driveway and sat there for nearly an hour before I could bring myself to go inside. Claire knew something was wrong the moment she saw me. She pressed me for answers, her voice laced with that blend of worry and frustration only a spouse can muster. I told her I had fallen, that I had gotten lost, that I had spooked myself with shadows. None of it convinced her, but she let it go. For the time being. What could I have said? I saw an elk that would not die, whose antlers carry the bones of men, and it called my name in the night. That evening, I showered and tried to let the water wash the forest off me. It didn't work. When I closed my eyes, I saw those antlers again, the way they bent back over its body like a cage. Worse, I saw the shapes caught in them. The pale lattice of ribs, the suggestion of skulls. The shadows of people who should not have been there. Sleep came late and shallow. I dreamed of hooves on pavement, of a shadow at the foot of the bed. At one point I woke, heart pounding, convinced something was standing in the corner of the room again. The smell was there, the thick musk, the copper tang of blood, but nothing else. Just darkness. I tried to go back to work the next day. Tried to lose myself in lines and angles, in maps and measurements. But everywhere I went, the world felt thinner. In the trees by the job site, I thought I saw antlers glint. In the hum of the survey equipment, I thought I heard the crack of wood splitting, carrying the shape of my name. My crew noticed my distraction. They spoke quietly when they thought I couldn't hear, wondering what was wrong with me. I didn't tell them. I didn't tell anyone. A week passed this way, and I began to hope that maybe, just maybe, the elk had stayed in the forest where it belonged. Maybe I had outrun it after all. That hope lasted until one night, just before dawn, when the sound came again. Hooves on pavement. Dragging. Stopping right outside my house. I froze in bed. Claire breathed evenly beside me, undisturbed. I forced myself up, my heart pounding against my ribs. I crept to the window and peeled back the curtain. The street was empty. But the smell was there, stronger than ever, seeping through the glass. My eyes watered, my stomach clenched. For a moment I swore I saw a shape at the edge of the yard. A bulk darker than the shadows, crowned with crooked points. Then a car passed, headlights sweeping, and it was gone. I dropped the curtain, hands shaking. That was when I realized the truth. It hadn't stayed in the woods. It had followed me home. From then on, the nights grew unbearable. Some evenings I would hear the hooves, always dragging, always circling the block. Other times it was the smell, seeping under doors, curling through vents. Once, I found deep prints in the soil of the backyard, as though something massive had stood there all night. Just beyond the glow of the porch light, I stopped sleeping. My nerves frayed. I jumped at every sound, snapped at Claire, neglected my work. She begged me to see a doctor, convinced I was losing my mind. Maybe I was, but doctors couldn't explain the tracks. Doctors couldn't explain the musk that clung to the sheets, even after 3 washes. I tried prayer, though I've never been much of a church man. I tried burning sage, something an old coworker swore would drive off bad spirits. None of it mattered. The elk came when it wanted, left when it wanted, always reminding me with sound or scent that it was never far. One night, I broke. I grabbed my father's hunting knife, the only weapon left to me, and stormed into the yard. The air was sharp with frost. The smell was so strong I gagged. I shouted into the dark, voice cracking, "I know you're there! Show yourself!" For a long moment nothing stirred. Then, from the trees at the edge of the neighborhood, I heard it. The splitting wood sound. The voice twisting through it. My name, Peter. My knees nearly gave out. But I held the knife tight and stood my ground. The shadows shifted. Between the pines I saw at the elk, tall as the trees, antlers curling overhead. They rattled as it moved, and I saw the shapes strung within them. Bones, yes, but not just animals. Some long and thin, some curved like ribs. One it could only have been a human jaw. The breath caught in my throat. I blinked, and the elk was gone. Only the trees remained dark and silent, but the smell lingered, heavy as smoke. I stumbled back inside, locked the doors, and slid to the floor. Claire found me there in the morning, pale and shaking. She begged me to tell her what was happening. I almost did. The words hovered on my tongue. But then I saw her face, tired and lined with worry, and I couldn't bring myself to give her that weight. Instead, I told her I needed time alone. I packed a bag and left that afternoon, driving until the city lights faded, and the mountains swallowed me again. I don't know what I thought I was doing. Hunting it down, maybe. Or offering myself up so it would leave my family alone. I parked off an old logging road and hiked in until the trees closed tight. I carried only the knife, a flashlight, and the clothes on my back. No rifle, no tent. Just me in the dark. When night fell, the forest turned silent in that same suffocating way I remembered. I sat on a stump and waited. My breath fogged in the cold. My hands trembled on the knife. The sound came near midnight. Hooves dragging slow, pressing deep into the soil. I held the light steady, but it caught nothing. Only when I heard the rattling above, the bones knocking together like wind chimes, did I look up. The elk towered over me, its antlers curling around its head and body, its eyes flat and endless. The holes in its chest gaped open, black and wet, as though they had never closed since the bullets tore them. Its breath poured over me, foul and hot, and it spoke again. My name, clear this time, almost human. Peter. I wanted to run. Every nerve screamed at me to flee. But my legs wouldn't move. The elk lowered its head. The antlers caged around me, points scraping the ground on either side. I felt bone press against my back, cold and sharp. And in that moment, I understood the truth. It wasn't hunting me. It was collecting me. The bones in its rack, ribs, jaws, skulls, they weren't trophies. They were pieces of people who had stood where I was standing. People who had taken their shots, who had thought themselves hunters, only to be taken instead. The knife trembled in my grip. I raised it, pressed it against my own chest, because I knew if I went with it alive, I would never come back. But before I could drive the blade in, the elk lifted its head. The cage of antlers rose, rattling, and it stepped back into the shadows. One dragging step, then another, until it disappeared into the trees. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I don't know how long I sat there. When dawn came, I found myself still clutching the knife, my hands numb with cold. The ground around me was torn with hoofprints, deep and wide. The smell lingered, but faint, as though carried on a wind already miles away. I walked back to my truck in a haze, drove home in silence. Claire asked nothing this time. She only looked at me, her eyes heavy with fear, as though she knew something had changed. And she was right, because the elk is not gone. It will never be gone. I feel it watching even now, waiting just beyond the edges of the world. It doesn't need to kill me, not yet. It only needs to remind me, again and again, that I belong to it. That someday, when it chooses, my bones will rattle in its antlers too. Until then, I wait, and listen for hooves in the night. My name is Garrett Lowe, and I have lived most of my 34 years in the Pacific Northwest. I was raised on the edge of the Cascade Range, in a small town where people still measure their lives by hunting seasons and salmon runs. My father was a logger, my mother a schoolteacher, and I grew up between stacks of textbooks and the dark silence of old, growth forests. For most of my life, I thought I understood the woods, how they breathe, how they warn, how they conceal. I believed I knew the rhythm of the land and the cycles of the animals. But last October, in the thinning days before the first snow, I learned that the forest keeps secrets so far, removed from human understanding, that no hunter, no camper, no ranger could ever be prepared for them. That is the reason I am telling this story. It has lived inside me for months, rotting like the thing we found that afternoon, and it refuses to leave me in peace. The trip began as nothing remarkable. My friend Alan Greeley and I had taken time off work to spend 3 days scouting trails in the upper foothills before winter made them impassable. Alan and I had been hunting partners since high school, though over the years we had grown apart. He worked construction now, a father of 2, while I spent most of my time doing freelance wildlife photography. Hunting was less important to me than it once was. I mostly carried a camera where others carried rifles. Alan teased me for that, saying I was going soft, but he still invited me along on his outings. This time, he had a new rifle he wanted to try out, and I wanted to stretch my legs, breathe the crisp air, and get away from the constant hum of the town. We set out in his truck early in the morning, the bed stacked with gear, coffee steaming in our travel mugs, the sky just beginning to burn orange at the horizon. By mid-afternoon, we had parked the truck on a disused service road and hiked several miles into the timber. The forest was silent in the way it sometimes gets before a storm. No birds, no insects, just the whisper of wind combing through needles. We were both a little unsettled by it, but we brushed it off. At one point, Alan joked, "Even the squirrels are on vacation," and we laughed, though the sound felt too loud for the stillness that surrounded us. The quiet pressed against our ears like cotton. We came to a narrow ravine where fallen logs made a kind of natural bridge. That was when the smell hit us. It drifted upward like an invisible tide, a heavy, cloying stench of decay. I had smelled plenty of dead things in my life. Deer hit by cars, fish washed up on riverbanks. But this was sharper, sour, so thick it coated the back of the throat. Alan gagged, covering his mouth with his sleeve. "Something big," he muttered, eyes watering. "Bear, maybe." He was right. 20 yards farther on, sprawled in the undergrowth beside a boulder, lay the carcass of a black bear. At first glance it looked like a heap of shadows, but as we drew closer the details became undeniable. Fur sloughed away in patches, skin peeled back to reveal glistening sinew, flies crawling across sunken sockets. Its rib cage gaped open like the beams of a collapsed roof, and the belly was a wet cavern alive with maggots. The legs were twisted as though broken, the jaw sagging. I could see the pale glimmer of bone beneath shredded muscle. It was not fresh. At least a week dead, maybe more. Alan whistled low. "That's a big one. Must have been 8, 9 feet on its hind legs." He stepped closer, rifle slung over his shoulder, curiosity outweighing disgust. Wonder what took it down. I crouched, pulling my camera from its case. As revolting as it was, there was something compelling in the ruin of the body, the brutal reminder that even the fiercest creatures fall. I snapped a few shots, framing the skeletal angles against the mossy stone. The shutter clicked loudly in the silence. Then came the first strange detail. The ground around the carcass was dry. There were no drag marks, no blood trails, no signs of scavengers. Usually a body like this would have been torn apart by coyotes or birds within days. But the bear lay intact except for the decay of its own flesh, as if nothing in the forest dared to touch it. Alan nudged a stick toward the gaping chest cavity, frowning. "No bullet holes I can see. Not mauled either. Just down." He stood, sniffing the air, Come on. We'll circle around, maybe set camp on higher ground. Don't want to sleep downwind of this mess. We turned our backs and began walking toward the ridge. I took one last look over my shoulder, the shape of the carcass sinking into the shadows. The image stuck with me, that massive body stilled forever, its ruined bulk surrendering to the forest floor. It should have been the end of the sighting. It should have remained a grim curiosity, one of those stories hunters tell around fires. But fate had other plans. We had gone maybe 50 yards when I heard a sound. Wet, deliberate, like fabric tearing in slow motion. I stopped, straining to place it. Alan noticed and halted too. The forest held its breath. Then another noise followed, heavier, the grind of something shifting against stone. Alan turned, his expression puzzled. Did you hear? The rest of his sentence died in his throat. Both of us looked back at the clearing where the bear had lain. My mouth went dry. The carcass was no longer collapsed against the ground. It was rising. At first it was clumsy, as though some invisible puppeteer were tugging strings. One foreleg jerked forward, claws gouging the earth. Then the head lifted, rolling to one side, jaws dripping threads of black liquid that glistened like tar. Vertebrae cracked as the neck straightened. The torso heaved upright, ribs creaking. I watched the impossible, a rotting animal with no life left in its eyes, forcing itself to its feet. Alan swore, fumbling to unsling his rifle. I couldn't move. My camera dangled uselessly from its strap as I stared, heart slamming against my ribs. The bear's hindquarters lurched, maggots spilling onto the moss, and then, with a noise that was not a growl, but a bubbling exhalation, the thing began to walk toward us. Each step was a sickening performance. The joints bent too far or not enough, limbs swinging like broken hinges. Flesh tore and dripped with every motion, leaving dark stains on the ground. Its mouth hung slack, and from it leaked that black fluid, spattering in the dirt. The eyes, sunken pits crawling with flies, fixed in our direction though they could not possibly see. "Run," Alan hissed. He raised the rifle, hands trembling. The barrel wavered, then steadied. A shot cracked through the still air. The sound was deafening, echoing off the ridge. The bullet struck the bear square in the chest. For an instant it staggered, and hope flared in me. But then it kept walking, unhurried, as though nothing had touched it. No reaction at all beyond a slight hitch in its step. Alan cursed again, chambered another round, fired. The report again, nothing. The thing simply continued forward, relentless. We stumbled backward, tripping over roots. My lungs burned with the effort of breathing, my mind scrambling for explanation. This was not possible. This was not real. But the reek filling my nostrils, the sight of dripping gore, the sound of its dragging claws, these were real enough to drive out denial. Alan fired twice more before his voice cracked with panic. "It won't drop. Garrett, what the hell is this?" I couldn't answer. Words had fled me. Every instinct screamed to flee, to put distance between ourselves and that abomination. But another instinct, colder and stranger, kept me frozen fascination. It was like watching a nightmare claw its way into daylight. The rules of life and death bent and broken before my eyes. The bear reached the ravine's edge, where the fallen logs made their bridge. It paused, body swaying. The stench was overwhelming now, a choking miasma. I gagged, covering my mouth. Alan grabbed my arm, yanking me toward the slope. "Move. Now." That broke the spell. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush. Branches whipped my face. Roots snagged my boots. Behind us came the grotesque cadence of pursuit. Drag, thud, drag. It was not fast, but steady, patient, unstoppable. We scrambled up the incline, hearts pounding. At the ridge crest, we dared a glance back. The bear had crossed the log bridge with jerking determination and was climbing after us. Its ruined body gleamed wetly in the fading light. Each step tore more flesh from its frame, but still it moved, as if something deeper than muscle animated it. I wanted to scream, but the sound stuck in my throat. We were being followed by death wearing a carcass like clothing. And no matter how far we ran, the image would stay with me. That bear rising from the ground, dripping blackness, and walking into the silence of the forest. I do not remember how long we ran. Panic erases time. All I know is that the forest blurred into a smear of trunks and shadows, our footfalls crashing like thunder in the silence. I remember the sound of Alan's breath, ragged and sharp, and the pounding of my heart so fierce, it felt like my ribs might crack. I kept expecting the thing to collapse behind us, for rot and ruin to finally claim what life could not. But every time we slowed, every time I dared to glance over my shoulder, I caught sight of movement through the trees. The stagger, the lurch, the dripping ruin dragging itself onward. At last the slope leveled out onto a stretch of old logging road, its gravel washed pale by rain. We collapsed to our knees, gasping, chests heaving. The world swayed with each heartbeat. Alan still clutched his rifle, knuckles white, though the barrel drooped toward the ground. My camera had swung around to my back, banging against my spine as I ran. I was surprised to find it still intact, still tethered to me like an anchor. Jesus Christ, Alan rasped. His face shone with sweat, eyes wide and bloodshot. It doesn't stop. Garrett, it doesn't fucking stop. I wiped at my mouth, tasting bile. I saw it, I know. My voice was hoarse. Wev, we need distance. More than this. Alan nodded, though his legs trembled. We staggered upright and followed the logging road deeper into the hills. It bent sharply, disappearing into thick spruce, then opened on a clearing that had once been a camp for surveyors. Rusted barrels leaned against stumps, and an old fire ring crumbled under moss. It was not much, but it was flat ground, and exhaustion weighed heavier than caution. We decided to rest there, at least long enough to gather our wits. Alan dropped his pack, hands shaking as he dug for a lantern. Well, keep it lit all night. Animals hate the flame, even. He cut himself off the word, animals. Sore in his mouth. Wrong for what we had seen. I busied myself with building a fire, though my hands fumbled with every movement. Flint sparked against steel. Tinder caught, and soon a weak blaze licked upward. The smoke curled into the darkening sky, carrying the acrid scent of burning sap. I sat back, staring into it, trying to anchor myself. Fire was normal. Fire was safe. But my mind would not let go of the memory of ribs creaking open, of black fluid dripping from slack jaws. We ate cold rations in silence, neither of us able to stomach more than a few bites. Every so often Alan would twitch, jerking his head toward the tree line, as though he heard something. I heard it too sometimes. The faintest shift of branches, a hush in the needles. But the forest around us remained empty. Our little circle of firelight isolated in the vast dark. Hours passed like this, each one longer than the last. It was near midnight when the first sound came. A wet, sucking step. Then another. The rhythm was unmistakable. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. Alan's head snapped up. His eyes darted to me, then to the shadows beyond the firelight. His hand crept toward the rifle lying beside him. The steps came closer, slow and deliberate. The fire hissed, flames bending as though to retreat. My skin crawled. Every hair stood on end. I wanted to stand, to scream, to run, but my body was locked in place. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the fire, it emerged. The bear carcass lurched forward, one leg dragging behind, its bulk glistening with rot. Maggots spilled from the torn cavity of its belly, writhing like white fireflies in the glow. Its head lolled, tongue black and swollen, jaw leaking steady rivulets of that thick fluid. Yet it moved with grim purpose, step by step until it stood less than 20 feet from us. Alan raised his rifle, voice breaking.
Stay back,
He fired. The muzzle flash seared my vision. The shot slammed into the bear's shoulder, tearing away a hunk of flesh. But the thing did not falter. It only continued, relentless, dripping. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling for the lantern. I lifted it high, its yellow glow spilling over the horror. For a heartbeat, I thought the light might matter, that maybe the fire would drive it back. But no. The creature paused only to tilt its ruined head, as though studying us, then shambled closer. Alan fired again and again, each shot cracking the night apart. Bits of rotted meat flew, splattering the ground, yet the bear never faltered. Its chest was a hollow ruin, its side riddled with fresh wounds, and still it advanced. Only the sound changed, a groaning whine, low and deep, seeping from its throat. It was not a roar. It was not even breath. It was the sound of something forced through broken pipes, a whistle of air in a corpse. I dropped the lantern and grabbed Alan's arm. "We can't stay." My voice shook so badly I hardly recognized it. "Move." He resisted, trying to reload, but terror had stolen his coordination. The shells slipped from his fingers, clattering uselessly onto the dirt. The bear dragged itself nearer, black echers spattering the moss. I pulled harder, nearly toppling him. At last he relented. We abandoned the campfire, abandoned our gear, and plunged once more into the forest. We did not run so much as stumble blindly, driven by the knowledge that if we stayed still, we would be swallowed by that impossible ruin. Branches clawed our faces, roots tore at our boots. Somewhere behind us the carcass followed, steady, deliberate. We did not hear pursuit at first, but after a time it returned, drag. Thud drag. Never fast, never desperate. It did not need to be. It would walk until the world ended, and we would tire long before that. The forest grew cruel as night deepened. Fog drifted low, coiling among the trunks, muting the moonlight. My legs ached with each step. My lungs screamed for rest. Alan stumbled often, cursing, his rifle now nothing but dead weight. I thought more than once of dropping my camera, but I could not bring myself to let it go. Some irrational part of me clung to it, as if proof would save me. If I could show the world what I had seen, maybe it would mean it wasn't just madness. Near dawn we collapsed again, this time on a rocky outcrop overlooking a gully. The pale light made the forest appear skeletal, branches like bones. Alan leaned against a boulder, gasping. His hands shook so violently he could not even uncap his canteen. I took it from him, twisting the lid, passing it back. He drank greedily, water spilling down his chin. "We can't keep running," he whispered. "We need a plan." I looked out over the gully, heart still hammering. The woods were still, as if they had never known life. But I felt it the way a man feels the coming of a storm. "It won't stop," I said. "We can't kill it." We can't scare it. It'll follow until... Until what? Alan snapped, his voice cracked with despair. Until we die of exhaustion. Jesus. Garrett. I had no answer. Silence pressed between us. Only the faint clatter of stones, shifting under our boots, marked the passing time. Then came the smell. It rolled in like fog, thick, rancid, undeniable. My stomach lurched. Alan's eyes went wide. He clutched the rifle to his chest as though it might anchor him. We both turned toward the tree line. And there it was, emerging once more, patient as the grave. It crawled now, hind legs dragging, torso collapsed inward, yet still it came. It had lost half its face to Alan's bullets, skull gleaming pale through ragged strips of fur. But its jaw still worked, opening and closing in grotesque rhythm, spilling more of that black fluid onto the stones. Each drip hissed faintly, as though the ground itself recoiled. Alan let out a sob. It's not stopping. Oh God, it's not stopping. I gripped his arm. Then we keep moving. Higher ground. Maybe we can find someone. A ranger station, a cabin, something. I forced the words, though even I did not believe them. Together we stumbled away from the outcrop, deeper into the endless forest. Behind us, steady as the ticking of a clock, the carcass followed. We wandered the high country in a state between waking and nightmare. Days blurred, our watches forgotten, our sense of direction mangled by fear and exhaustion. The forest swallowed everything. Sunlight, sanity, the old certainty that nature had rules. I had lived in those woods most of my life, and yet I had never felt so utterly lost. Each time we thought we had shaken it, each time we dared believe we had bought enough distance, the truth arrived with the stench sore, chemical rot, sliding into our nostrils before the sound followed. Drag, thud. Drag, thud. The steady metronome of death walking on ruined limbs. Alan began to crack first. His words grew jagged, broken with laughter that never reached his eyes. He spoke of his kids as though they were already orphans. Swore under his breath that he should have stayed home, that the rifle should have been enough. At night he muttered, clutching the weapon like a crucifix. I wanted to tell him we would find a way out, but the lie withered on my tongue. I was haunted not just by fear, but by fascination. That camera hanging at my side became heavier with each hour. I had taken pictures at the clearing, proof of what we had found before it rose. If we survived, the world could no longer deny what haunted the forests. But survival felt less likely with each step. On the third evening, though it may have been the fourth, we stumbled upon a ranger cabin. It was half collapsed, roof sagging, windows broken. The place had been abandoned years ago. But four walls were four walls, and in that moment they felt like salvation. We barred the door with a heavy timber, shoved an old dresser against it for good measure. Inside smelled of mildew and mice, but not of rot. That alone felt like grace. Alan lit a lantern, and we sank against the wall, both trembling with relief that bordered on hysteria. For the first time since it began, I slept. Dreams came sharp and vivid. I dreamed of the carcass not as a bear, but as a man. A figure with hollow ribs and black fluid dripping from its mouth, reaching for me with hands that were claws. I woke with a scream in my throat, sweat soaking my shirt. Alan sat across the room, rifle in his lap, eyes bloodshot and unblinking. "It's close," he whispered. I heard it. And then the smell hit me, rolling through the cracks in the cabin walls. We pressed our backs against the boards, listening. Outside, the forest was silent, too silent. Then the sound began, the steady rhythm we had come to dread. Drag, thud, drag, thud. Circling. Always circling. At times it brushed against the walls, and the boards quivered beneath its weight. At times it was on the roof, the beams creaking, dust sifting down. Neither of us dared breathe too loud. Hours passed that way. At one point Alan raised the rifle toward the door, teeth gritted, but I pressed his barrel down. Shooting had never slowed it before. All it would do was waste our last ammunition. Near dawn the sounds faded. The stench thinned. Alan slumped, eyes rolling back, and for a few hours he slept, but I could not. I sat with my back against the wall, staring at the cracks, expecting that black liquid to seep through. When the light grew stronger, I shook Alan awake. "We have to move," I said. "If we stay, it'll come through eventually." He didn't argue. He only looked hollow, as if his soul had been scraped out. We pushed northward, though I no longer knew if north truly meant safety. The trees grew denser, the slopes steeper. Hunger gnawed at us. Our packs had been abandoned days ago, and now we lived on what little remained in our pockets. Half a protein bar, melted chocolate, sips of muddy water. Weakness slowed us, but the pursuit never slowed. Always the stench, always the rhythm behind us. By midday, Alan stopped. He leaned against a tree, sweat dripping from his chin. "I can't, Garrett. My legs, they're done." His hands shook on the rifle. "Maybe if I stay, distracted, you can." His voice broke. "No," I snapped, fiercer than I felt. "We'll both keep moving. That's the only chance." I grabbed his arm, tried to haul him upright, but he shook me off. His eyes glistened, hopeless. He pressed the rifle into my chest. "You take it. You make it out." He tried to smile, a horrible broken thing. "Tell my kids. Tell them I fought." I wanted to argue, but the smell swept over us then, thick and suffocating. The sound followed, closer than ever. Drag, thud, Alan shoved me. He barked louder than I had heard him in days. Now, the forest exploded with motion as the carcass emerged between the trees. Its body was nearly unrecognizable now, a skeleton draped in strips of meat, one arm dragging, jaw hanging loose by sinew. Black ichor poured from its belly, sizzling on the leaves. It was falling apart, and yet it advanced, unstoppable. Alan raised his fists, no rifle in them now, only defiance. "Come on then!" he roared. His voice cracked with terror, but he did not move. I staggered back, choking on the stench. The last image I saw before I turned and ran was Alan standing in the clearing, arms out, as the thing reached him. His scream followed me into the trees, a sound I will never forget. I wanted to look back, but I could not. If I did, I would die too. I ran until my vision swam, until my lungs were raw. When at last I collapsed, alone, the forest was silent again. No stench, no sound, only emptiness. I lay there for hours or maybe days. I cannot say. Eventually I dragged myself toward the faint trace of a trail, then to a service road. I do not remember being found, only waking in a hospital bed, my body bruised, my mind fractured. They told me hikers had discovered me sprawled in the dirt. They asked about Alan. I said nothing. What could I say? That we had been hunted by a carcass that refused to stay dead. They searched, of course. Rangers combed the area. Helicopters scanned the ridges. They found no trace of Alan. No trace of the bear, not even bones. Only our abandoned camp. Our packs torn open and soaked in a black stain that the lab could not identify. They called it an accident. Exposure, injury, disorientation. They wanted to believe that. They needed to, I let them. but I know better. Now, months later, I cannot walk into the woods without gagging at every hint of decay. I cannot close my eyes without seeing that body rise, ribs splitting, jaws dripping with darkness. Sometimes, on still nights, I swear I hear it outside my window. Drag, thud, drag. I have left my camera untouched since that day, but the memory of those early photographs haunts me. Proof. Proof that what we saw was real, that I am not simply broken. But I cannot bring myself to look. I fear that if I do, I will see movement in the frames, see it standing where it should not be. I tell myself that maybe it finally collapsed, that rot claimed it in the end, that Alan's sacrifice was not in vain. But when the wind is right and the forest goes silent, another thought creeps in, that it is still walking somewhere out there, dripping blackness into the soil, patient as the grave, waiting for me to return. I was 34 years old when I saw a carcass stand and follow me through the forest. I am 35 now, but I have not lived a single day since without feeling its shadow. I do not expect I ever will. My name is Victor Ramos. I was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the desert heat bakes the earth so hard you can smell dust on the wind. For most of my life, I thought that was all the world would ever offer me. Heat, dryness, and wide skies without end. I never imagined I would one day find myself waist deep in Alaska's snow, shivering under layers of wool and down, questioning my sanity as something stalked me across the tundra. But life has a way of taking you places you never expect, and sometimes it leads you into places you were never meant to survive. I came north because of work. My trade is geology. I study rocks, the kinds that tell stories about what used to lie beneath our feet. And sometimes, if you know how to read them, the kind that tell you where value might be hidden. Gold, oil, rare earths, even just clean groundwater. When the firm I worked for landed a survey contract up in Alaska, I volunteered. Partly for the experience and partly because I thought it might be an adventure. What I didn't tell anyone at the time was that I was also running from a divorce, from debts, from the kind of restless boredom that eats at a man when he realizes his life is slipping into repetition. So I said yes, packed heavy, and boarded a plane north. We set up camp in the interior, a place that felt endless, stripped bare by winter winds. There were 4 of us in total. Myself, an older geologist named Bernard, who had the grizzled look of a man married to mountains, a younger grad student named Chloe with more enthusiasm than sense, and our hired guide, a man named Henry Caldwell. Caldwell wasn't talkative. He had the kind of face carved by cold, where the lines seemed cut deeper by frostbite and sun glare. He didn't waste words, and he never smiled, but he knew the land, and we needed him. Out there, a mistake isn't a small thing. It's a death sentence. The snow was already deep when we arrived, pale and glittering under a low sun that never seemed to climb much above the horizon. Even in the middle of the day, shadows stretch forever. It made the whole world look strange, like time was stuck between dawn and dusk. That first week was a rhythm of work and exhaustion. We'd haul equipment across ridges, drill samples, log notes, and stumble back to camp half frozen. Nights were quiet, just the snap of firewood, the hiss of melting ice, and the low moan of wind moving through spruce. Then the quiet began to change. It started on the 3rd week, when Chloe first mentioned it. She was boiling water near the fire, her breath rising in little white clouds, when she said casually, Did you guys see the lynx last night? Bernard looked up from his notebook. Yeah, she said, pointing toward the trees. Big one. It was sitting just past the firelight watching. Yellow eyes. I thought Henry scared it off, but... She shrugged. Wes, it's still around. Henry, who had been adjusting his rifle by the tent, gave a glance at the tree line but said nothing. He had that expression again, the unreadable one, as though he knew more than he wanted to share. I figured Chloe had just seen shadows. Lynx are shy, and though Alaska has its fair share, they don't usually linger near humans. Still, her comment left me uneasy, though I couldn't explain why. The first night I saw it, I understood. I had stepped away from camp to relieve myself, moving a little distance so the others could have privacy. The cold bit through my gloves as I fumbled with my zipper. That's when I noticed it. Something pale, crouched low in the snow between two spruces. At first, I thought it was a drift or maybe a trick of the moonlight. But then it moved. A feline shape, long body, tufted ears, a thick ruff of fur around its neck. A lynx. Bigger than any I had seen in pictures. Its head tilted, and even in that dim light, I caught the shimmer of golden eyes. I froze. The animal didn't pounce. It didn't run. It only looked at me unblinking. I whispered a curse under my breath and stepped backward. My boots crunched in the snow, and I swear the sound echoed too loud in the silence. When I turned, it was gone. Just trees and shadows and wind again. Back at camp, I told no one. Maybe I was embarrassed, or maybe I didn't want to fuel Chloe's imagination. But the next morning, I couldn't shake what I had seen. So when we set out for another ridge survey, I glanced often over my shoulder. That was when I realized something that chilled me deeper than the wind. There were no tracks. The lynx had been there. I knew it. But the snow around the spruces was untouched. Pristine. As if nothing had ever crouched there at all. That day's work passed in silence. Even Chloe's chatter died down, replaced by the quiet crunch of snowshoes and the groan of sleds. Henry was more watchful than usual, scanning the ridges with eyes narrowed against the sun's glare. Once, I caught him touching the rifle slung across his back, not in the absent way of habit, but like a man expecting to use it. I wanted to ask what he knew, but the look on his face kept me quiet. That night, the lynx came closer. I was on first watch. We took turns keeping the fire fed and keeping an eye out for wildlife, though until then, the worst we had faced were distant howls or the occasional curious fox. The stars stretched endlessly above, and the northern lights began their slow shifting across the horizon, green veils rippling like curtains in the sky. I felt small beneath them, insignificant but also strangely calm. Then I heard it, the soft, deliberate crunch of snow behind me. I turned, expecting to see Bernard or Henry. Instead, I saw two golden eyes shining in the dark. The lynx stood just beyond the circle of firelight, close enough that I could see the rise and fall of its chest, the shimmer of frost clinging to its whiskers. Its fur was pale, almost white, blending into the snow so that only its eyes and the faint outline of its body were visible. And again, no tracks. The snow around its paws was smooth, unbroken, as if it floated just above the ground. I gripped the handle of the axe we kept by the fire, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. "Get back," I hissed, though my voice sounded thin, too weak against the vastness of the night. The lynx did not move. Its ears twitched and its mouth opened slightly. Not in a snarl, but something stranger. like it wanted to speak but couldn't remember how. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Not fleeing, not bounding away. Simply gone. One moment there, the next replaced by empty darkness. When Henry came to relieve me, I told him what I had seen. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Then he crouched by the fire, poking the coals, his face shadowed. "Stay close to the light," he said at last. "And don't follow it. Whatever you do, don't follow." That was all. I should have pressed him, demanded answers, but I didn't. Fear has a way of silencing curiosity, and part of me didn't want to know. Over the next few days, it kept coming back. Always just at the edge of vision, always closer than before. Sometimes I'd glance over my shoulder while hauling equipment and see it padding silently along a ridge, its gaze fixed on me. Sometimes Chloe would point suddenly and shout, "There it is." But when Bernard or I looked, we'd see nothing but snow and trees. Henry refused to acknowledge it at all. When pressed, he muttered, "It's nothing you need to name." But names matter. Without one, you can't even tell yourself a story to make sense of what's happening. So in my head, I began to call it the snow, lynx. And once it had a name, it felt less like an animal and more like a presence. Something that wanted something from us, though I couldn't say what. The worst was the night it circled our camp. I lay awake in my sleeping bag, listening to the others breathe. Outside, beyond the thin nylon walls, I heard movement. Not the random scuffle of small creatures, but measured, deliberate pacing. Around and around, the faint crunch of weightless steps pressing on snow. Every so often it paused, and when it did, I could feel it staring straight through the tent walls at me, like heat against my skin. My throat was too tight to call for help. I just lay there, paralyzed, until at last the pacing faded into the distance. Morning brought no tracks. Again. I told myself we'd finish our survey and leave soon. Just a few more days, and we'd be on a plane south, away from the endless snow and those golden eyes. But deep down, I already knew it wasn't finished with us. Something about the way it moved, the way it lingered, told me it had chosen us. Or maybe it had chosen me. When you've been in the wilderness long enough, you learn to measure danger not only by what you can see, but by what you can't. Wolves leave prints, bears leave scat. Even owls leave their pellets and feathers. The land tells you what has passed through. But with the snow, lynx, the land gave no story. It was a presence without a trail, a watcher without a weight. The more I thought about that, the more it felt like we weren't dealing with flesh at all, but something else entirely. I didn't tell Chloe or Bernard what I felt. Chloe was still young, still excitable, and I didn't want to send her mind spiraling into fear. Bernard, on the other hand, was stubborn in his skepticism. He believed in data, in measurable facts. If I told him we were being followed by a creature that left no tracks, he would dismiss me outright, maybe even laugh. And out there, laughter could cut deeper than cold. So I kept my silence, though the weight of it pressed on me heavier each day. Caldwell, though, he knew. I could see it in his eyes. He carried himself differently now, walking with his rifle slung at the ready, gaze scanning ridges and tree lines, not as if expecting a predator, but as if bracing for something worse. When I asked him once more, quietly as we hauled gear up a slope, he cut me off with a shake of his head. "Don't give it your words," he said. "That's how it hooks deeper." He wouldn't explain beyond that, and I couldn't decide if he was trying to protect me or if he was just too afraid himself. By the 5th week, the weather turned meaner. Snow came in sheets, wind screaming across the ridges like it wanted to peel the skin off our faces. Whiteouts fell without warning, reducing the world to a blur, where even the man ahead of you could vanish into gray. It was during one of those storms that I realized the lynx wasn't just following. It was hurting. We had split briefly, with Bernard and Chloe taking one line of rock samples while Caldwell and I scouted a ridge ahead. The storm swallowed us fast, and visibility shrank to a few feet. I called out, voice snatched away by the wind. Caldwell motioned for me to keep close. That was when I saw it. 2 golden sparks in the blizzard, steady as lanterns, moving parallel to us. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks, but when I blinked, they were still there, pacing, never falling behind. I shouted to Caldwell over the wind. "It's here!" He looked in the direction I pointed, his face grim, then pulled me forward harder, his grip like iron on my arm. "Don't look at it!" he barked. "Eyes on me, Ramos. Don't let it pull you." We stumbled blindly through the storm until, at last, Bernard's shout cut through the roar, and we found the others. When we collapsed into camp later, frostbitten, exhausted, I realized something chilling. I had been walking slightly off course, lured in the direction of those eyes. If Caldwell hadn't dragged me back, I might have wandered straight into the nothing. That night, while the others slept, I lay awake staring at the tent ceiling. The words he had used, "Don't let it pull you," kept circling in my head, as though the lynx wasn't just watching but tugging, slowly unraveling our will to stay together, to stay safe. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it wanted me most of all. Days blurred. The snow, lynx appeared more often, no longer just in shadows or storms. Once, as we sat around the fire, Chloe gasped and pointed directly at the open snowfield beyond camp. There it stood, tall and pale, fur blending into the drifts, so well it looked carved out of the snow itself. It didn't crouch or stalk like a normal animal. It simply stood upright, ears twitching, head slightly tilted, watching us as if it were waiting for an invitation. Bernard muttered, "Must be a trick of the light?" Though his voice wavered. Caldwell didn't even look at it. He only told us to get inside the tents, bank the fire high, and keep our eyes away from the dark. Inside, I heard Chloe whisper to herself, "It's closer every night." And though I wanted to dismiss her words, I knew she was right. One evening, I finally snapped. After days of silence and fear, I needed answers. Caldwell sat by the fire, sharpening his knife, his face a mask of weathered stone. I sat across from him and asked, "What is it?" My voice cracked with the desperation I'd been trying to hide. "You know what this thing is. Tell me." For a long time, he said nothing. The knife rasped against the stone, metal on stone, over and over. Then he lifted his gaze and met mine. "There are things in this land older than the snow," he said softly. "Things that don't belong to animals or men. Some of them take shapes we recognize." That one, he nodded toward the trees. "It wears a shape to be seen. But it isn't lynx. It isn't anything you can shoot." "Then what does it want?" I asked. He stared at the fire for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, breath. The part of you that keeps walking when the rest of you is buried. His eyes flicked to mine, dark with warning. "That's why you don't give it your words. Or your eyes. Once it knows your shape, it follows." The fire popped, sending sparks into the air. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Caldwell turned away, as though he had already said too much. But the weight of his words sank into me like a stone. It wasn't just watching us. It was learning us, claiming us piece by piece. The breaking point came 2 nights later. We had finished logging samples late, and were too tired to cook, so we huddled around the fire, chewing on frozen rations. Chloe tried to joke about how she missed real food, but her laugh sounded brittle, too sharp. Then, without warning, the lynx stepped into the firelight. It didn't creep. It didn't circle. It walked straight in silent, until it stood less than 20 feet from us. The fire's glow reflected in its golden eyes, and for the first time I saw its mouth fully open. But it wasn't teeth that caught my gaze. It was the sound. A low, broken rasp, like words spoken through a throat full of ice. My name, it said my name. Victor. Just once, distorted but clear. The air left my lungs. Chloe screamed. Bernard scrambled backward, clutching a pan as though it were a shield. Caldwell lunged forward, rifle raised, and fired a shot into the night. The report thundered through the clearing, echoing off distant ridges. When the smoke cleared, the lynx was gone. No blood, no body, not even disturbed snow. Just emptiness where it had stood. But the echo of my name lingered. I could still hear it rattling in my skull hours later, as though it had been whispered directly into my bones. We decided then to cut the survey short. Bernard argued at first, saying we'd lose pay, but one look at Chloe's pale face, and even he relented. Caldwell packed quickly, more quickly than I thought possible, as though he'd been waiting for this moment. "We'll leave at first light," he said. That night, none of us slept much. I lay awake, every nerve alive, waiting for the sound of pacing. It never came. The silence was worse. Morning brought gray skies and biting cold. We loaded our sleds, strapped down gear, and set off toward the nearest drop point, where a bush plane was due to pick us up in 2 days' time. The trail wound through thick spruce, heavy with snow, and every few minutes I caught myself glancing behind. The lynx wasn't there, not visibly, but I felt it, close as breath, just out of sight. Halfway through the day, Chloe collapsed. Not from injury, just sheer exhaustion and terror. Her legs buckled, and she sank into the snow, sobbing that she couldn't go on. Bernard tried to coax her up, but she shook her head violently, whispering, "It wants him. It doesn't want me." Her eyes flicked toward me, wide and wild. I wanted to deny it, but the truth was already written across my skin. The thing had spoken my name. It had chosen. Caldwell pulled her up with a grip like steel, his voice low but steady. "It wants what it always wants. Don't give it. Keep walking." Somehow, those words steadied us enough to move again. That night, as we made camp for what we prayed would be the last time, I couldn't stop staring into the tree line. The darkness between trunks felt thicker, heavier, like something breathing. And when the wind shifted, carrying faint echoes across the snow, I could have sworn I heard it again. Victor. We woke before dawn, though dawn in Alaska in winter is little more than a dim smudge on the horizon. The cold was brutal, the kind that gnaws at your marrow, even through layers of wool and down. Frost had frozen my lashes together. When I unzipped the tent flap, I half expected to see those golden eyes waiting for me in the tree line, but the woods were empty, quiet, in a way that didn't feel natural. We ate in silence, if you could call gnawing on frozen rations eating. Chloe wouldn't look at me. Bernard muttered constantly, scribbling nonsense into his notebook, as if words might shield him. Caldwell packed with urgency, his every movement sharp and economical. When he slung his rifle over his shoulder, I caught his lips moving. Not a prayer, more like a warning. Words meant only for himself. The trail ahead led through a valley where spruce gave way to open tundra, a flat expanse of snow stretching toward a frozen river. Beyond that, a rise of hills marked the drop point where a bush plane could reach us. 2 days' march if nothing slowed us down. But I already knew something would. By mid-morning, the air carried that strange pressure I'd begun to associate with its presence. A weight against the skin, as though the atmosphere thickened. Bernard stopped, squinting at the snow. "There," he said, pointing to the river. At first I thought he was seeing things. But then I saw it too. The lynx walked across the frozen surface, silent, its pale form almost indistinguishable from the ice. It wasn't hunting. It wasn't hiding. It was showing itself, deliberately, as though to say, "You can run, but you're still in my country." Caldwell urged us forward faster, his face grim. "Keep your eyes down," he muttered. "Don't answer. Don't even think at it." We hurried, snow crunching beneath our boots, sleds creaking with supplies. The lynx mirrored our pace on the river, never closing the distance, never falling behind. When I dared to glance once more, I noticed again the impossible detail: no tracks. Its paws skimmed the snow without disturbing it. That was when I stopped telling myself it looked like it was floating. It was. By the time we made camp that evening, my nerves were shot. Chloe refused to come out of the tent, whispering feverishly to herself. Bernard tried to keep busy with his logs, but his hands shook so badly his handwriting looked like a child's scrawl. I sat near the fire with Caldwell. The sky was streaked with faint green curtains of aurora, shimmering across the horizon. "Why me?" I finally asked. My voice sounded small, almost embarrassed. "Why does it keep saying my name?" Caldwell didn't answer at first. He stared into the fire, knife in hand, turning it over slowly. Then he said, "Maybe it isn't you, exactly. Maybe it just picked the one who noticed first, the one who let it in with his eyes. You gave it a door, Ramos. A door." The word twisted in my stomach. Because he was right. I had looked. I had kept looking. Sleep came in jagged bursts. Every time I drifted off, I felt that stare boring into me. I woke more than once convinced that if I unzipped the tent, I would find it sitting inches away, waiting. The next day nearly killed us. The trail turned treacherous, snow collapsing beneath our boots into hidden crevices. The sleds groaned with every pull. Caldwell kept us moving with a relentlessness that bordered on cruelty, but I understood why. The longer we lingered, the closer it came. It was near dusk when Bernard snapped. We had paused to drink melted snow, the kind of break where silence feels heavier than words. Suddenly, Bernard threw down his cup and shouted into the trees.
What do you want from us?
His voice cracked into the stillness, echoing across the tundra. The silence after was unbearable. Then, from the darkening woods, a voice answered. Not quite lynx, not quite human. A rasp that sounded like breath pushing through broken glass. Victor, not Bernard. The sound rooted me in place. My stomach turned to ice. Bernard stumbled backward, horrified. Chloe whimpered inside her hood. Caldwell cursed under his breath. You gave it your words. You damned fool. He spat at Bernard, but his eyes cut toward me. Keep walking. Don't stop now. That night was the worst. The lynx did not circle, did not vanish. It came right to the edge of the firelight, golden eyes fixed on me. I gripped the axe handle so tightly my knuckles ached, but my body refused to move. It didn't lunge. It didn't speak again. It only waited, patient, eternal. I don't know how long I stared back. At some point, I must have drifted into a half-sleep. When I woke, the fire was embers and Caldwell was shaking me violently. "It's time," he said. His voice was harsh but urgent. One move now. No more camps. The final march to the pickup point felt endless. Snow stung our faces like needles, wind howled against us, and exhaustion made every step feel like sinking into quicksand. But terror drove us harder than hunger or cold ever could. At last we reached the rise overlooking the frozen clearing, where the bush plane was supposed to meet us. Relief nearly buckled my legs. The flare gun was in Caldwell's hand, ready to signal. But then Chloe screamed. The lynx stood in the clearing below. Not across a river, not at the edge of trees. Dead center, waiting. Its golden eyes fixed on me with a hunger that felt older than the land itself. Caldwell lifted his rifle and fired. The shot cracked the air. Snow exploded where the bullet struck, but the lynx remained untouched. It didn't even flinch. Then it opened its mouth. The sound that came out was not one word, not just my name. It was a chorus. Layers of voices, human and not, all rasping together in a sound that made my vision blur. I stumbled, ears ringing. It felt like those voices were trying to pry me, open from the inside, peeling me apart thought by thought. Caldwell grabbed me, shouting, though I couldn't hear his words over the noise. He shoved the flare gun into my hands. My vision cleared just enough to see the sky. My body moved on instinct. I fired. The red blaze shot upward, hissing against the gray clouds. For a moment, the lynx's eyes flickered. Just a fraction. Then the sound stopped. Silence crashed down, heavier than the noise had been. The lynx blinked once, twice, and then it dissolved into the air like smoke caught in wind. It was gone. Minutes later, we heard the plane. Its engine was the most beautiful sound I'd ever known. We scrambled down the rise, waving arms, hauling Chloe between us. The pilot's eyes widened when he saw us. Frostbitten, ragged, half mad. But he didn't ask questions. We loaded fast, slammed the door, and lifted off. I looked out the window as the tundra fell away. The clearing shrank beneath us, snow stretching endless to the horizon. For the first time in weeks, I let myself breathe. But then I saw it. Far below, near the tree line, a flicker of gold. 2 eyes. Watching the plane climb. I don't remember the flight back. I don't remember the debriefing, or the questions, or how Bernard eventually quit the firm. How Chloe never returned to field work. How Caldwell disappeared back into the wilderness and refused to take contracts again. Those things blur together. What I do remember is the sound. That rasp, that chorus. It hasn't left me. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and I'm half between sleep and waking, I hear it again. Not outside my window, not in the room, inside. And sometimes, when snow falls thick against the glass, I catch myself looking for tracks that will never be there, because it shows me. And I don't think the snow lynx ever truly lets go.